done under here. Nice. Oh, excuse me, madam. Right, where are the... Oh. Where are they? Where have I put them? Oh, here we go. Let's put bump strips on. just one. That's that. Right, now there's a map. In there. Alright, mates. You coming in, baby? It's a bit quiet round here at the moment. Oh, I knew I put in the wrong one. Twat. And this one is in here. Oh, it looks like the other computer has finally done all its updates. Only took an hour. So we can actually have the other camera on in a minute. Still loaded. Okay. Right. While all that goes on, put all the power supply back in. Finally. Actually, we need an extension for this. Going much easier if it did. Oh, here we go. Put an extension in it. All right, Keith. All right, Ron. Reach screw points miles away. Okay, one. Oh, another one. Okay. Good boy. Middle ones. So hopefully today is finish off the calibrating, tuning, and fix any outstanding issues it may have. Well, in the voice card department, anyway. Right. I don't want this power supply coming out, do I? Bloody hell. 6 bolts for this. And then this final one. Okay, that power supply in as well. Right. Get our man in. There he is.
Hey.
All right, sweet.
How are
How's it
Yeah.
going?
Going good.
Good,
How
good,
about
good.
yourself, bud?
Yeah, I just had Windows want to do an update. And he goes, this will take 5 minutes. That was an hour ago. And it's just finished.
That's the Microsoft clock.
Yeah. So I'll see if I could. Because I've got to get this going. Have the other camera running.
Never set your watch by it, mate,
Yeah.
because you'll be late. I streamed earlier today the
Yeah.
final build of this module that I made today.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up to the camera in a sec. I'll show you.
Funny enough, I just got a notification of it.
Oh, I didn't. It wasn't scheduled, so you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have sent notifications out properly.
No.
It was just an impromptu thing that I was doing. That is it there.
Oh.
Got a wooden face.
Nice.
So it's a quad VCA. Quite a complex build for me. 4
Yeah.
linear amplifiers, 2 op amps. Yeah, it took me. I mean, I was doing it under camera, so it takes you twice as long to build when you're under camera. But yeah, plugged it in first go, no problem so far. No magic smoke come out of it, so that's always a good start.
That's always good.
I'm going to put it in the modular now. So what I want is, I need an envelope generator because I want to test out the VCA modulations capabilities.
Yeah.
So we'll put an EG in. A System 100 EG.
Yeah. Nice.
Made by a UK crowd, actually. A guy called Frequency Central.
Okay. It did look like quite complex for a simple quad VCA. Is it what, 2 boards?
Yeah, because it's 2 boards. Mind you, the second board is mainly mechanical. There's a bit of resistor controls, I think, on it, but mainly mechanical. So
Right.
pots and sockets. But I should get the thing up for it because I can tell you a little bit about it actually. Might as well, because we're here. Manuals, Bastel. Of course I didn't download the manual.
I've finally calibrated everything that's under the keyboard.
Yeah.
In fact, everything has to be calibrated to within a hundredth of a volt.
Wow.
Otherwise,
So
it really
no
shows up right at the other end.
No rooms for fuck ups there.
Yeah, because it's like linear from the bottom to the top, and it's like, really?
Yeah.
You
It has to be perfect all the way down.
Yeah. So if the bottom, if for instance, if the tune setting is 0.125 millivolts, if that's not set to that, when you get to the 2 foot on the 16th card at the top of the keyboard, it can be like 3 octaves out.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Yamaha.
Yeah, good on you. don't know if I'm a massive fan of wooden panels on
No.
Eurorack. This is the first one I've ever had.
Does it feel
Probably going to be
weird?
the last one. It feels weird. It's thick. It kind of feels like I'm going to scratch it or get a splinter. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Anyway, they don't make these anymore. It's been discontinued, this thing. But I bought it, I think it was late last year or earlier this year when they had a sale on. Obviously, that was the sale. Because they wanted to get rid of their stock. But what it is, it's a quad VCA with CV inverters and a mixed output.
Okay.
So it does internal routing.
Yeah.
You can have you can use it as a simple panning crossfading tool. So it's got like across the bottom, it's got these groupings. So you can have, because it's got A, B, C, D for the inputs. You can have A plus B and C plus D, and you can have a minus and a mix out B minus D and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the crossfading is set, so you kind of have to know which one to put it in and which one not to. But then the internal routing is done via connector switches. So you can use the channel. When I say connector switches, it's basically just you plug it into the socket, and then it creates that connection, if that makes sense. So it's that sort of connection.
Yeah.
So what was the other thing? The inverted CV out of channel can be connected to the switch of a CV in of another channel, which means the inverted CV is connected like an internal sort of self-patchable in a way, so you don't need to. On the panel itself, it's got like little arrows, tells you what it's on. So it's not basic. It's not a basic quad VCA. So a basic quad VCA, you would just have 4 inputs, 4 modulation CV controls, and then you would have 4 outputs and a mix. That would be a standard quad VCA. This one's got 20 ins and outs, 20 jacks.
Yeah.
So there's a bit more going on. So and there's also each of the channels has its own attenuator, of course, because it's a VCA, but also each of the channel has its own gain, which is good because then you can overdrive or underdrive if you want, for a better word. The inputs. And the panel itself is oak, apparently. So that's not bad.
Well, not a cheap wood then.
Yeah, well, it's not like balsa.
Oh yeah.
It lasts 5 seconds.
No. I suppose you also have got to be careful how tight you screw it into the case.
Yeah, I'm using Earlies because they got a little nylon washer that's permanently stuck at the back of the mounting head. So
yeah, but you know there's going to be some mook somewhere is going to over tighten the fucking dent the panel or crack it.
Yeah.
You
know? So I was going to put the rings module in so we could do some ringy sound, like a doorbell. Everyone loves a doorbell.
You going to feature her on the show tomorrow?
Nah, don't think I'll have time.
I must admit, still one of my favourite parts of your show is those eBay sales and things like that. I love it.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
So funny. I saw, talking of VCAs, I saw a ARP 2500 VCA. So it's in, out, level. I think it's 2 CV mod sources. No, not sources, inputs. How much? Just the module.
Yeah, I'm going to say $2,000.
Okay. Times that by 6.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I
was
know.
thinking 2 grand. 2 grand was like rich.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 12,000
Wow.
euro they wanted for it. It's not even
Yeah,
a
that's
VCO, they'd say, or a filter.
That is just stupid. Okay, I can't see shit with this.
And I know how he's come to that conclusion. What he's done is literally counted the amount of modules that 2500 has, and then divided 110,000 equally between them. That sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because the last one went for 25 grand, 120 grand, then each module must be worth somewhere in the region of 12k.
It's like
No, it's not.
It's like saying basically, I don't have enough for my mortgage this month. Oh, I'll just sell this for some exuberant price.
Ridiculous.
Indeed.
Mind you, Fiona had a bit of an eye opener last week because she wants to sell her exercise machine. She paid like $1,000 for this exercise. It's a tread thing. It's like a big bicycle with a big metal wheel, and you have these paddles that you move with your legs, and then it's got all this digital readout and all that coppers and all the rest of it. And she paid $1,000 for it. She's used it once, and she went, "No, I don't like it." I went, okay, well, it's too much effort. She go, yeah. So she thought she'd go, I'll move it on. I went, okay. And of course, the local sort of like little second-hand paper thing that they got on Facebook. There's loads of them on it. You reckon the most you can get for it?
Oh no!
Because there's a load of other people going, no, this is too much like hard work. Don't want it.
Yeah.
So the market's flooded with these second-hand things, and nearly every advert does say used only once.
Yeah.
So.
So how long does it take to do this sort of job that you're doing? How many?
It depends. It depends on the state of the machine. There's a certain standard amount of stuff that you do to them. We caps, replace all the CMOS logic, blah 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 blah, and then you get it to the state that it's at now, and then you start calibrating it. And then when you're calibrating it, this is where you find that there's various problems that need to be addressed, like per voice card or whatever.
Yeah.
So it varies. It varies. So, because I know there's at least a pair of voices on this. I think it's voice 17 and 27.
Yep.
They're very, very high pitch, and normally there isn't enough calibration to bring them up that high, so there might be something wrong in the VCA section. But the thing about the VCA section is it's 8 channel, and there is, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 VCAs per voice. But what these VCAs do are things like the aftertouch amount, the LFO amounts, that kind of thing per voice individually. Because I did go, okay, well, if you only got one LFO source, why have 8 LFO channels? And of course, the reason is because of poly aftertouch. Because you can hold a chord down, push one key down and get the modulation. You don't want it on the others as well. Whereas if it was mono, obviously they'd all do it. So you got like 5 boards that are absolutely clattered with these custom ID00151 VCA chips. And sometimes 1 or 2 of them go. Excuse me. And so while you're calibrating, this is where you find your issues, if any.
Yeah.
And then you got volumes for each waveform on each card, which all have to be set up just so. So balancing voice cards and all that sort of malarkey. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I've got 16 VCOs sounding, but I think there's at least 1 or 2 cards that are making some horrible, sort of like almost like white noise sound.
Yeah.
When they're not supposed to. So we'll have to figure out what that is. It could be anything.
Yeah, well,
impedance. Oh, Fiona's just sent the iRobot back. No, Lily keeps activating it. She keeps pressing clean on it and then watching it go around the front room. She thinks it's hilarious. Dog can't leave anything alone.
I'm just letting you know what this has got in it so you can get an idea whether this is crap or not.
Cool.
So the chips, the 2 chips, we have the op amps are TL074s.
Okay. So they're dual.
The quads, they're quad.
Sorry, no, they are quads. I beg your pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the 4 on the end.
No, I mean, the 2 duals. 2
duals.
TL072s. Yeah. Okay.
So
that's it.
30 volt, 3 megahertz, high slew rate. It's got a 13-V microsecond. That's pretty cool. And then it's got the FET input op amp, obviously, so otherwise it's not an op amp. So it's a pretty decent op amp, I'd say. That's not too shabby.
It's not what one would call massively expensive components.
No, this is
I think
run of the
TL074s in bulk, SMT, I gather.
No, these are socketed.
Oh, they're socketed. Okay.
Yeah. So you can replace them. Yeah.
60p for the quad op amps.
I could tell you how much.
Buy them in bulk, probably about 20p a pair.
Yeah, that's not an expensive op amp.
No,
and then the linear amplifiers. I mean, technically they're calling them dual transconductant amplifiers with linearizing buffers, right? So it's a linear amplifier. Just don't sell it differently. But because it's transconductant, and they're using linearizing diodes in it, the internal circuit's got linearizing diodes in it.
Yeah.
So that means that you can modulate it, right? That's the whole point of that. The buffers is the interesting part. So that, to me, is saying that has it got like an internal BIOS in it. So maybe it can handle some overdrive. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But they're LM13 700s. The actual specific one in here are LM13 700Ns, so N for November.
Right.
But
like
they're not too shabby.
Oscar.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of multi-purposed. So then it's not basically because it's dual. Obviously, that's why it's multi-purpose. But the fact that it's got more than just doing a linear amplifier stuff in it. It's got the buffer and it's got the transconductance aspect of it as well.
Right.
Which is, in a way, it's kind of like a rudimentary mixer.
Yeah. In
that sense. I'm wondering if you can mix internally in it with the circuit. I'm just looking at the circuit diagram.
How much is the kit then?
Well, I can't. They don't sell them anymore, so I can't tell you how much they're selling them now. But I can tell you how much I paid for it. Let me have a look when it was on sale. There we go. I paid, including, let's take the shipping off, 105 euros without the shipping for the kit.
It is money for old rope, isn't it?
It's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
But that's got all the that's got everything in it. That's got all the sockets, the screws, the potentiometers, the components. I mean, just about everything you need. The only thing that they even give you a little Allen key to do the screws up on the front. The only thing they don't give you is a bit of solder. I mean, really. Don't give you a bloke to do it for you either. But I'm going to see if I can get them to send me the. There's another face you can get for it, which is kind of. Where are we? They did say on here.
A little more robust.
Well, one's wood and the other one is. Where's it saying it? I read it somewhere. I just wrote. Oh, there, aluminium. Or aluminum if you're from the other place.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind the other one because it'll be thinner. I'm hoping. Anyway, let's see if we can make it blow up. Okay, so we've got what have we got here? Patch that in.
Yeah, let's see what I'm doing.
I need a little doubler. Double adapter.
Might have to get myself a new bloody oscilloscope now.
Oh.
Because there's
the one I've got's pretty good.
Big patch of the screen that's just blobbed out.
Is it LCD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, madam. Borrow this one. Maybe because it's nearby.
Okay, I don't need a filter on this, so I can just. I don't even know why I put the double in there. I can just gate that. That is fine, she said with trepidation.
Fingers crossed.
Alright, so we're going to put the input in there. And where's the output? I guess it's there. I have to read the manual. I haven't even read the manual of this thing properly yet.
Steady.
Right, now I need to send a signal to this somehow. I'm running out of desk space here. I might just use a key step. Right. I don't like the key steps for the volts per octave.
No.
I don't think they do a good job. No.
Oh, that's interesting.
I find they pitch too high, generally speaking, in Eurorack land.
Is there no internal trimming for that?
There is. There's a software you can.
Oh, okay.
You can fuck about with, but still don't like it. Which one's CV? CV is labelled as pitch, which is annoying. Norm. Gate. Done. And pitch. Volts per active there. Better put your phone. That sounds good.
It does, but it isn't. And then one of them has distortion. Some bank wires. So.
Ooh, noises.
Front panel. Turn off all of the waveforms.
Wow, that's loud. Wow, that's the VCA for you, baby.
It's got a drive on it, hasn't it? Okay, it's fixed into the waveform. Brilliant.
How come I can't hear anything now?
Right, 2 foot. We'll try tuning this one first, see what we get.
What did I
We mute it because nobody wants to hear this screaming like a fucking banshee for 2 hours, do they? Right.
It's behaving.
Go. Right. A. I do have to hear it, so I need to know which voice it is. That says A sharp. Oh, hello. Come on. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. I put so much bloody sealant gunk on these things. Bloody trimmer won't engage.
Trying to work out why this is not modulating.
Give me an A.
A. There's an A.
Thank you. There's an A. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Fucking F? Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
It might be telling you F.
It's supposed to be bleeding C.
Telling you to F.
Come on. Oh, this is not good news.
So that's the sound. Where's the
The lowest it
modulation
will
there?
go is D. No, B sharp. That's the lowest it goes. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
It's modulating.
It does.
Jeez, it's loud though.
Bit of ticking going on there.
No, that's the envelope. It's not the envelope, it's the what am I saying? Why did I say envelope? It's the LFO doing that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if that is modulating that, then
Oh, come on.
where is my
2, 3, 4,
VCA? That goes out of there. And this should modulate this. I should get an attack
Reload it.
and a release.
Go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, I do need to double it up. I know why.
See.
Because
Yeah.
this rings module needs to be told a gate as well. Otherwise it'll still hold the note. Okay. That will fix that problem now. There we go. Wow, that's loud. Did I turn that down at all?
That's right. Isn't it?
Sounds distorted. Alright, now we should be able to play with an envelope here. Here we go.
think that's
just distorting like buggery.
If you want distortion as a feature, you certainly got it.
Well, I don't think that's the feature though. Just quietly.
I think this is not itself.
Trig. Volts per octave. We're going to try a different module. And instead of that. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Sorry about the stupid noises. Right, so what do these top things do?
Oh, Christ, this one's everywhere.
I think I've got the patching right, but I think my knowledge of what the potentiometers is arse about.
I mean, I've got to hear what this one's actually doing.
It's a gain knob.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Oh dear, dear, dear. This is not a happy bunny.
That sounds like a capacitor issue.
It could be, but it's also known that the VCOs can lose their linearity.
Oh, okay.
And also there's the FETs that set the octave ranges can leak as well.
Wow, lots of things. Because what it was doing is it was losing volts, right? You could hear it lose volts.
Oh no, it was me tuning her down. But
oh, you were doing that, okay.
I'm trying to get it to A, and it won't go to A. And now the pops, ran out.
Yeah.
And
so is that an amplifier issue? Go to A.
It could be the FET leaking.
Yeah.
Or that the VCO itself has lost its linearity.
Yep.
So although it's a working VCO chip, it's actually fucking useless. Unless I put it into a CS50, because that works at a completely different voltage. You could put it in at 50 and it might be fine. So I never throw these buggers away. But I think because I've got a lot of late VCOs. But these are really, really earlys. And it will stand out. So, hopefully, it's not the VCO. This is why I try to ignore the VCO and try and blame every other component around it. Because I haven't got any 31s and stuff. I might have some 29s, but not 31s.
Yeah.
29.
You're gonna need a 31. So the gain on this is linear to the control, but the final control is the gain plus the attenuated CV. Wow. So that's why it's distorting. There you go.
Really backs it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I can really just crank that. See that?
Yeah.
I'm actually not gating that at all. Huge.
You're getting in mini Moog territory there, mate.
Well, it's kind of like a VCA which has got the the System 100s had the gain on them, but
Yeah.
they never went to this sort of crazy level. That's massive. This just distorts just with even just a smidge of gain.
Yeah.
I'm getting to about, let me see how far I gotta go. That's max there, right?
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful distortion on that.
Yeah.
But then, if you just back it right off and then maybe come in maybe a micron, it starts to mix with the CV. See that? It's actually kind of a nice little sort of thing.
Yeah.
So then you can back the CV off and you get nothing, right?
Yeah.
There's like a smidge of CV just there. And then I can gain it. So instead of me attenuating the CV, I was using the gain.
Yeah.
And you can hear this kind of, so you can hear the modulation do its job, but then you get the gain tail afterwards. You get a sort of a different effect.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Annoying sound, but... That's just going to sound distorted anyway. Whoa. What's a good test for a VCA? Like give it a really quick modulation?
Yeah.
Alright. So a fast LFO maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, it's behaving how you want it to behave.
Yeah.
So you can use it as a standard VCA, and you can use it as this sane bloody overdrive thing.
Yeah.
Which, for me, means it's more like a mixer than a... Yeah, that one's...
Number 3. Dear me. So this is going to be straight out of the park. Oh, I'll tell you what we can shape. Oh, the one in the other bank's doing exactly the same thing.
What's the oscilloscope you got now? Is it a Rigol?
Hmm?
What's the oscilloscope you've got there? Is it a Rigol?
It's called a ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Some indiscriminate make.
Is it... How many channels is it?
She's Jill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the one I've got is friggin' awesome. It's cheap as. And
Yeah.
so what I did is I kind of, I won't say I know him, but I kind of know Dave Jones, the guy that does EEV blog on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I was chatting to him few years back now, whenever I bought that. So I don't know how many years that is, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I said to him, because he recommends quite a few different brands, but Rygol's one, and if you're on the cheap end, but you want quality, the Siglent are good.
Yes.
So it's only about 150 quid for mine. 2 dual channel 50 hertz. Does everything you want with horizontal and vertical and auto. Yeah. So for you doing testing voltages and waveforms and stuff, it's fine.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, it does everything that I use on the vintage stuff, because I mean a lot of the vintage stuff, it doesn't require a lot of highly technical gear on the scope at all.
I mean, I tested the 240 volt caps on the ESQ1 on it. It was fine doing 240, no problem. So yeah, 150 quid for a new Aussie. It's pretty cheap.
Yeah, I think this one was
10 years. I'm pretty sure it's 10 years.
Yeah, I must have had this one about that as well. I think she was, believe it or not, I think she was 89 quid.
Wow, that is a cheap one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a lot of it was because the company was just starting out and they wanted to make a bit of an impression. And I thought, sorry, I'll give it a go. And it's been absolutely fine.
Yeah? That's cool. All right, so we've tested channel 1. Now we test channel 2.
This is what happens when you sit a synth in a storeroom for 30 years.
Is this Winwoods, is it?
This is the one that was used on Valerie.
Oh, yeah.
And not the Prophet 5, as in the video.
Channel 2 is fine. Channel 3. Channel 3 is fine. Channel 4.
Okay, what's bringing that up?
Oh, I'm happy. Now, how can I test if this has got crosstalk over the channels? What do we need to put into this to make this crosstalk? That can go. That clicking sound, that's me, sorry. I do apologise. It's the LFO. If I turn the CV off, it won't do it. Okay, so we've got channel D and channel C.
I think it is possible that one of these really high tolerance resistors was given up the ghost. Still way of finding out.
Oh, you're annoying.
Yes,
yeah, no crosstalk across channels. We are good. Alright. She passes all the tests.
Wow. Quality build there, my friend.
Yeah. Made a few mistakes while I was doing it.
Well, I think it's the law.
Oh, I filled a couple of holes up while I was soldering. I just wasn't... Because I was doing it on camera.
Yeah.
And I was doing... On the first day, I was doing it under the microscope camera. And you just can't see in front of you. And you're looking at the computer monitor instead. And even just moving the soldering iron across, like even if it's a millimeter, there's another hole for it. Yeah. And I just filled a few holes up, and then it was a pain in the ass to try and get them out. So I was trying solder suckers and all sorts of, wick and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
In the end, some of them needed a needle. Heat the needle up with a soldering iron, that sort of job.
Mm.
You got it going again?
Yeah, don't want to desolder it while it's still on.
Well, that's the thing. If you poke a needle through, heat the needle up with your soldering iron, it'll coat the needle with the solder.
Yeah.
And then you wait for it to cool down, and then you pull the needle back through. The solder just falls off. Obviously, you don't do it with your hands.
Yeah, if you can help it.
That might be a bit sore.
Oh, of course, I unplugged the bloody thing, didn't I?
And then today, I was going through the build, and I thought, why is there 47 ohm resistors missing off this board?
Yeah.
And I couldn't find the 47 ohm resistors anywhere, and I thought, oh, maybe they forgot to give them to me.
Yeah. What, is it a revision?
Then I found them on the floor after I'd gone through my drawers trying to find 47 ohm resistors in my backup kit, which I found. They were just a little bit bigger. I was literally about to solder the bigger ones in and stick them up like on a little triangle shape, just because they were too big. And I thought, oh, just look on the floor. And they were just sitting there on the floor in a little packet. So that was lucky. But I was also lucky that I found a specific resistor that I thought, I bought this little kit of backup, components, like a whole bunch of stuff from Temu. It was $12, so it would have been £6 your money, right?
Yeah.
$12, and I got something like 1,400 components in that. So it's a no-brainer. And the thing is, it almost came in handy today.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's proved itself already.
Yeah. Right. Let's see if there's some improvements to car. Do the fourth one as well. 1, 2. Hang on a minute. They used. I'm using a different kind. We used a different kind of resistor for R4. Well, I see your R4, sunshine.
I'll raise you an R5.
And I raise you an R4. I'd offer more superior. If we can get the bloody thing out of the board. Look at ours. I used to love doing this in the day, but it make resistors that actually look like capacitors.
Yeah.
Just to throw you. Make life interesting.
Oh, it was things that we did when you couldn't afford to go down to the electronic shop, and you were after a specific resistor. So if you had some old electronics lying around, you would bodge up a couple of resistors and wire them together to add up to the resistor.
Get the value you want.
Yeah. Does the job.
It's when you get these bloody tolerance ones, that on 0.1 percent tolerance, and you've just got a box to 10%.
Yeah, I mean, some of those things you just have to sort of ignore when you don't have a choice.
because the VCOs are literally rock and roll shit. I've done before now where, because I can't actually swap the VCO out, I put in things like much higher tolerance trimmers and stuff like that to try and bring that linearity back in, because it just gets, as they get older, it just gets longer and longer and longer and longer. I've had to do some right old bodge ups on voice cards before now.
So the FET themselves, so they're not replaceable, or they are?
Yeah, they're replaceable. The modern day equivalent is not wonderful, but it you can. I think one of the resistors that leads off it, if you remove the resistor and put a trimmer of the same value in, and just hone it down to exactly where it needs to be, it just makes it, you know, they laughingly called this a portable synth, didn't they? It was a combo synth. And think of, you know, it getting chucked around the planet, and yet it works at such a fine tolerance. I think it's just asking for bloody trouble. And it often did do just that.
Well, you know, now we know why digital came of age.
Yeah, what bloody Don said it was.
Yeah. Right, and don't they die a horrible death when they decide to go to the shit pile?
Well, mate, I remember clearly my first ever digitally controlled synth. You know, proper, which I think was, because I stayed analog for donkeys. I think my first one was if you want to give you an idea of how long I hung around, and I couldn't get over this fact that you turned the synth on and you didn't have to wait 10 minutes for it to get into tune.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. It's just, that was like, oh.
It's pretty good.
But
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good.
But then it came along with its own set of problems.
Yeah, the EPROM.
Those SSM filters. No.
Yeah, the Curtis ones aren't. I don't know. They're not too bad. I think they could have done it worse. They could have definitely done it better, but
yeah, I just
they
don't
did it to a
understand
budget.
why nobody ever returned to the whole SSM thing. I mean, AS did the Curtis, didn't they? They brought them back.
Yeah.
SSMs, they were better sounding.
Wasn't it because they still had some legal control over it? I can't remember. There was something to do with it's to do with lawyers. Yeah.
It might have actually been more along the lines of, well, not as many machines used the SSM, so therefore it wasn't really profitable remanufacturing them. Which is
it's funny though, because some of the biggest songs that you ever remember have Obies in them, or they have, you know, they've got SSMs, you know, throughout.
Yeah.
And you just think, because they usually in those days, the bands they couldn't afford to buy that sort of gear, so they would use it when they were at the recording studio. So they'd borrow the, you know, the 4-voice or the 2-voice or whatever it was, or maybe it might have been a OBX,
I mean,
whatever.
The 8-voice and 4-voice didn't use SSMs or codes.
Yeah, they had their own thing, didn't they?
They had their own thing, and it's weird how component-based filters just sound better than chip-based ones. Somehow, warmer, or whatever.
Moogs.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Maybe it's because of the way the electronics warm up, or I don't know.
Don't know. Or maybe it's the imperfections.
Versus... Yeah.
Maybe it's imperfections that do it. You know. Right. Let's see what this responds to.
A proper physics engineer will be able to tell you. because I'll understand, you know, all the different physics that are coming at play when you're comparing a bunch of components versus a silicon die. They'll be able to tell you it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1.
There you go.
Nowhere
Yeah,
near.
did I save that?
Yeah, and linearity there. B. B. Come on, B. What? Oh, you little stoicher. Alright, okay. I won't fight this all bloody day. Okay, let's try putting in 153. That's actually 153. At least 153 knocking around, please. Fancy. Just going to be a move after all that.
Pain in the ass.
Yeah. Make it 2 for now. Just look at number 2 for now. For 1 to 1 side. Oh, what did put me? 2 agree. Is that higher? Yeah, got an idea. I need me scraping driver. Put that in place. Right. I know what we can do.
Interesting. You can still buy that kit, but they're only selling the PCBs and the printed wooden faceplate, and it's only €49 for that.
Yeah. Okay, which one of you is that upset? That's what it should be. Right, you can mute now. And then it's that's 2. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. Confirm. Cool.
Oh, Bonnie, you're so loud.
Don't jump on the kid.
Whew.
These trims are so bloody patchy. The scale one. Go. Okay. 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. Oh, come on. Oh, annoying. Okay, that one works now. Fuel. Four, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. Oh, jeez. Right. Miles out. Oh, dog shit. No, there's bollocks. There's something else doing this. Something else is pulling it down. Somewhere else in the system. Shit. It better not be one of the 26 series. Those things are unobtainium. Even for me, I'd be struggling. Damn it. Because up until now, it's just been, let's do the work. It's now gone and thrown a curveball.
Yeah, that's what always happens, isn't it, with electronics?
Thought it was going too well. It's me going, oh, I'll have it all sorted out today.
So you reckon it's a FET?
No. There's something fundamental further back down the chain. You've got these big 40-leg gold legs ceramic body, custom Yamaha IT. Very, very specific. And they fit to the CS 50, 60 and 80. But the 80 has 3 times as many as the 50. And they are very hard to get hold of. Well, they're impossible. But they can do this thing where they kind of, they want to work, but they don't properly. And there's literally nothing you can do about it. It's just like desoldering.
So what are they? Are they like a custom pack that does a whole bunch of...
They're a custom pack that deals
logic?
with, they work like a DAC would.
Right.
Right. Except, but there's no digital involved. But it works on it. So they have this clock running them. And they basically delegate the CV and the span for the keyboard, for the voices. And so you've got octave channels on one side and you've got the individual note channels on the other. So for every note from within the octave. So you've got C, C sharp, and so forth. And then you've got their octave controllers on the other side of the chip.
Yeah.
It does kind of, in an analog way, does calculations to work out the correct CV for each key.
Yeah. It's a keyboard controller.
For want of a better word, yeah.
Except
it's not quite like a conventional keyboard controller, but yeah. But rather than argue the toss, yeah.
Yeah.
And they are totally custom.
Yeah.
And they're little buggers, really are. The other keyboard that has them is the GS1 and the GS2. But
so it has a clock in it because it needs to keep cycling over to check to see if something's happening. Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, it's almost like key contact detecting, you know.
Yeah.
And then assigns whatever key to whatever next available channel is, and so forth.
Yeah, like a round robin.
Yeah,
assigning.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. So
it's a really annoying thing, though.
It's a multiplexer.
Yeah. So there's 8 channels, right? So you've got the 8 voices, 2 banks. And what it does, if you push one key and cycle through, it goes from 1 to 7, then goes back to 1. And won't play 8. If you hold down the key and do it, that second key trigger, it will always be the 8. And then once you go back to a single key, it just goes back to 1 to 7 again.
I've seen something else do that.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was, but definitely I have seen that before.
I have seen it on something else, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was. Was it a PPG?
Maybe.
Whereas things like the OB8 voice, for instance, will cycle 1 to 8 regardless.
Yeah.
It's a bit more straightforward. This thing.
But newer tech, technically, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting how they had these problems and they solved them.
Yeah,
there's probably many different ways they could have solved it. But yeah, they've solved it in a weird way.
I suppose back in 76 though, or 75, they were looking at the amount of components that are actually required to do a keyboard controller for this. I mean, now we'll make our own custom chip that's specifically designed just to work in these machines.
Yeah.
And they will only make so many of them.
Yeah. Well, see, the Z80 didn't come out until the next year, so they couldn't use the Z80.
Nah.
But there were some digital logic chips around.
Yeah. But then, see, it would create a whole new set of problems, because if they used this, say they left it another year, used the Z80, then they would introduce almost definitely their own custom DAC and their own custom RAM and all this sort of
Yeah.
Yamaha love to let's do it custom.
Oh yeah, keep it in house, keep it proprietary.
And they did that for quite a long time. In fact, up to a point they probably still do.
I've often wondered whether, you know how there's different Yamaha arms, right? There's the motorbikes and...
Yeah.
I mean, technically they're all different companies. But I've often wondered if they kind of all get together and they just go, you know what, it's the parts business is a great business.
Yeah.
Us, the motorbike guys, we're making our fortune out of parts. You guys in music, you should be doing the same thing. And so they custom everything, right?
Yeah.
Thinking that might be the way to go.
The thing that annoys me, because I remember clearly the conversation with Dusty Miller at Yamaha. And he says, yeah, you should have been here. He says, 1991, he said. We've got the memo come through. All of any CS stock you have left, skip it.
Wow.
He said, we were throwing away trays of these custom controllers, voice cards, front panels, keys, cases, skipped a lot. I went, are you kidding me?
Imagine dumpster diving there. Wow.
Yeah. He said, I'm afraid GS1s into a skip, and I'm going, no. Oh, you want to come say hello? Come on in. I'm on a mission.
I'm on a mission now to get a CS30. I really want one now.
I love the CS30.
Yeah.
If you can find it, from a sound point of view at least, the CS30L.
Oh yeah, what's the difference?
The L doesn't have the sequencer, it just has more synth facility, and it comes in a closable case.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah.
Still IG00 technology, so it's got that CS sound. Because the CS30 S is the one with should we say slightly cut down, but with a sequencer.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, the CS, I can get a CS30 for about 1,300 quid.
Oh, they've come down.
And I know they're a good price at the moment. And a normal CS30, I don't think it makes any difference. About the same. I actually wanted, when I was looking at this, I actually wanted this one. It's the L, so I didn't even realise.
Yeah.
I don't need the sequencer.
No, I think you have enough there.
I might be okay.
Well, I
this
think
actually
the
comes
sequencer was a bit weird when it came to syncing as well.
Was that?
This
one's got the stand as well.
Oh, has it? Yeah, because the legs normally come inside the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
The L. I think. Don't quote me. I think I still have my CS30L. I just can't remember. But if you're getting one, make sure it's a worker.
Well, if I do get one, it'll be from Japan.
Yeah. I mean,
so I'll have to convert it.
If both VCOs work and both filters work, doesn't matter if it's been backed over by a truck. If those 4 things are working, it's fine to get it. But if they're not, then you're looking at the custom IGOO replacements.
It says it's working, but
yeah, I know.
They could say it was played by Van Hoodoo. Wouldn't mean anything. That's the problem.
With all my experience with the 80s and that, when I did get my 30L, I'm looking at it going, "How's this work?"
Yeah.
I'm looking for stuff, and I'm going, "Hey, what?"
Oh, it's just for me. I just haven't touched one for a while, and I just remember really, really fondly, just enjoying just the way it was designed.
Yeah.
Just everything about it was just really simple, nice, easy to get to. And then, in a way, if you ever want to know what they've done that's similar to it, when they did that reface CS, it kind of really reminds me of the CS30. Because when you play a reface CS, it's so immediate to get to a sound. It's so immediate. It's like more immediate than it's more immediate than a Mini Moog or an ARP Odyssey even, I think. But then again, I might be romantic with my memory here, but I still think it is. I think it's pretty immediate.
Well, I've always liked this thing about the CS, about having a low pass filter and a separate high pass.
Yeah.
Rather than doing a combo in one sort of thing. So you can run high pass and low pass at the same time, which is
at the same time. Yeah.
Weird.
I like that too. Yeah.
But if you pass noise through, because you've got the low and high pass can be independently moved simultaneously. Ultimate ocean sound.
I know.
Like waves crashing on the beach thing.
And then chuck that through a small stone, and away you go.
Yeah. And you're sorted, mate.
Yeah. There's an album for you right there.
May have been done. I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'd have to check my copyrights. Yeah. But no, they were good-looking keyboards, and the knobs were not too big, not too small.
They're a nice keyboard, but they're pretty. I've never liked keyboards that start on the F. Never liked it.
Yeah.
Don't start a keyboard on the F. Don't do that to me, because that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because my little finger is trying to find a C.
Yeah.
Down the bottom. Yeah. And it's finding an F.
Yeah. You always think it's like, it's range I'm missing.
Yeah. I'm hitting plastic with my little finger here.
Yeah. No, I love them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, since it did do my head in for quite a while, was the Steiner Parker Synthicon.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of, I think, maybe 2. Excuse me. 2 synths that I've used where it's not left to right and it's right to left.
Yeah.
The VCA's over here. The VCOs are over here, and I'm like, whoa!
It's not the Moog way, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a scene from Inception.
I mean, ARP are kind of different. They're not kind of left to right. I mean, it is. It's left to right if you want to split hairs. But but it's more everything across the top is the signal path, and then everything sort of halfway down is the modulation. So, but modulation goes up, signal path goes left to right. So that's what does your brain when you first touch an ARP.
Yeah.
Because you think, what?
Yeah.
That's going like that.
I wish it, because the thing that made me always question with art was on the 2500. They always talk about the pin matrix at the top and at the bottom. The top again, audio path. The bottom one,
modulation.
TV modulation path.
Yeah.
And having these things to replace patch cables, brilliant. But they called them pin matrix, and there isn't a single bloody pin involved.
Yeah, I heard someone.
And it always kind of like, why do they call them pin matrix when there's no pins?
There's no pins. It's a switch, really, isn't it?
Well, it's basically a series of contacts.
Yeah.
On a track, broken contacts, as it were, and then your slider, for want of a better word, and then there's this little sort of like
little groove.
Wave
yeah.
track that it just click, 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 click.
Yeah.
And so there's no pins.
They use them. I mean, this is me going back showing my age. They use them in different other forms of engineering, so it's it's not unique.
No.
The design that they came up with was unique, but the actual mechanical design of that slide matrix is not unique in that sense. They use it in different forms of electronics, and I've seen them in the military and things like that. So, there was a video that they released recently when they did that live stream. There was a guy with Anthony Marilini, whatever his name is.
Marinelli, yeah.
The other guy, the guy that runs the workshop and does the repairs, he referred to the matrix as something else. He didn't call it a pin matrix. He called it something else.
Yeah.
And I just forgot what he called it, and I think that's actually the correct term to use.
Yeah. But even ARP themselves were calling them pin.
We're calling it pin. Yeah, it's in their documentation.
Yeah.
But even still, all it really was Perlman trying to sort of solve the messy patch cable problem that we've still got today. That's all he was trying to do. He didn't want to see patch cables going everywhere, so he wanted to sort of push them out to the sides.
And then threw the baby out with the bathwater and brought out the 2600.
It just said, stuff this, it's too hard.
Yeah, bollocks to it, I can't be interested.
Yeah.
But I mean, the 2600 is still a clever little machine.
Well, he kind of did and he didn't, right, with the 2600. He introduced patch cables again, but he did have internal normalization as well. So,
Yeah. But then,
I mean, the Odyssey's all normalized, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, again, like with the 2600s, they, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3s, tonus, G clef, black and orange. I can't remember what the black and orange.
Yeah, just the text.
But
yep.
The tonus, again, that was the sound. So that when after I think word got out eventually, because when Richard was selling there was 2600s coming in by the bucket. I was doing like 4, 5 of the buggers a week. And retolexing the case and making them look all make them look as beautiful as possible again. And customers, after about a year or so, instead of saying, "Do you have an ARP 2600 for sale?" they would say, "Do you have a tonus ARP 2600 for sale?" And Richard would say, "No, but we do have a black and orange Mark III." No. I'll wait for a tonus.
Yeah.
Word got out,
Yeah.
It was known before, been forgotten, and then resurfaced again. And then it started happening with the Odysseys. Oh, have you got a white face Odyssey?
But it wasn't just the filter that made it different. That's the thing.
No, it was a combination of many things.
Because, I mean, people tried to sort of spin it, it's just the filter. because they had to take the Moog filter off and blah blah blah.
Yeah, well.
But it wasn't the filter; it was more.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a certain. I mean, I must admit, I've never cheapskated on the parts. They put some high quality stuff in it. The only thing that Arp ever did that drives me absolutely mad is they had this philosophy of when you put part into the board and then fold the legs over it 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And then solder it. So when you go to desolder it, there's still a leg soldered to the track.
No.
And you've got to try and pick it off. Yeah. And when you try to do that, sometimes it takes the track with it because the tracks on the boards weren't that brilliant, if you know what I mean. And they crack tracks and stuff. So if you're taking an IC out and it's like, oh, mate.
I thought you were going to say about the epoxy stuff.
Oh, yeah, well. On the 2500, they've got a VCA module, and it said, look, you know, again, little square epoxy block with the little copper wires coming out of there, copper rods rather. And this thing, I was working on this 2500. I'll tell you what, it was Benji's. He bought it for $3,000, and he was like, he was well chuffed. I go, yeah, I'm not surprised, but it was a mess, and the VCA didn't work. And it had this module. I said, look, we're not going to find this module. I'll take it apart. I'll deconstruct it. And I was literally there with a very small chisel, very slowly removing, cutting away the fucking cement, essentially.
Yeah.
And I go, what is in here? What is in here? And I got right into it. And eventually the bottom part just broke away. Go, yay! Like that. And exposed. Not a circuit board, breadboard.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And just little wires soldered to various pins on the bottom. Here we go. So I'm going at the top, and this VCA was an LM301.
Oh. Wow.
That's it.
Easy fix.
Yeah. Anyway, but literally nothing else.
Why do they do that? Why do they blob it there?
And just like, because all the other required components, you know, resistors, capacitors and stuff like that, were further up in the module. So all they did was just put this LM301 and encased it in like, you know, 600 fecking tons of cement for a laugh. If I'd known that, I could have just...
No, they just didn't want people to copy their designs. That's all it was. They knew about.
Yeah.
They
but
knew
the
about
thing
that,
was,
so.
There was nothing to copy.
There was nothing to copy. Yeah.
It's standard off-the-shelf IC. The stuff that was, if there was anything different about it, it would be the ancillary electronics, and they were on display on the board.
Yeah. What? Well, the oscillator was in the 2500. The oscillator was quite unique.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because they
fixed... They were one of the most stable oscillators in the segment. They were
fixed
really
the
good.
Stability. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean that thing will stay in tune forever.
Yeah.
You don't even have to touch the tuning dial. If you don't touch that tuning dial and you turn it off, turn it back on, and let it warm up, bang, straight back, bang on each time.
But I mean, you know, because I can remember my mum saying, because I was there in the front room. We were watching TV, and I'm there with this little chisel, chip. And she goes, this is taking hours, mate. I said, this is day 3. But, you know, the VCA is the last thing to go, you know, and then it's all done, and Ben can come and collect it, and he's happy bunny, we get money, we shall eat tonight, kind of thing. But it came in handy because all of that meant that when Hans dropped off his one, which is a 25 but with 3 enormous bleeding wings with it, well, the VCA's not working. I'm going, okay, snip. LM301, just wire it up to the pinpoints. There you go. A little bit of resin over the top of it. Sorted.
Because you learn.
Absolutely. Because I looked at all the schematics. It's got the VCA, and when it goes to that module, it's just the usual, the name of the module and the little square dotted line around it.
Yeah, yeah. All, the block. Yeah, yeah.
This kind of shit. Yeah. Go on.
Magic's in
the
there.
Dark Zone.
There's a couple of little leprechauns running around.
Yeah.
Making the electrons buzz.
Just a little unicorn's head sticking out second.
They should have had that. They had the clef, and the next one should have been the unicorn.
Yeah.
Not the black and orange.
Yeah. But it's like the sense of humour of Dave Smith. Like on the I think it's on the T8. You got the boards listed out, voice 1, voice 2, voice 3 and all this sort of thing. And then you got filter, VCS. And then there's this section, it has electronics in it, but when you look at the schematic, it's clearly set up for envelopes for the filter and stuff like that. And it's called Phaser Bank. And I think it was Ben Rossborough said to me, he said it was the first T8 he was working on. He said there's a phaser bank in the T8, but I can't find any phaser on the front panel. It doesn't do phaser. I went, no. I said I spoke to it's tech up in Scotland, Jim McKenna. He's been doing it since dot. He was sense teching back in the 70s. He goes, no, he said it's just a little homage to Star Trek.
Ah, yes.
I went, what? Went, yeah.
I didn't know that. That's
no,
cool.
I didn't know that. So you've got this phaser bank section. But Jim also told me about. He said if you take the code of the EPROMs from the Prophet 5 Rev 1, if you open up the file on the computer, every other line of code is a Tibetan chant.
Oh, wow.
I was like, I said, is that why it runs so slowly then?
It's in the middle of chanting.
Yeah. Isn't it? That's mad. But it was the 70s, hey.
Oh my God. You know what? That's actually kind of poetic almost, because the first sort of really big Prophet 5 album that the French man made was Les Chants Magnétiques, which is the Magnetic Fields album.
Really?
Yeah. That was the first big Prophet 5 album he did. Because if you think about it, that was like the early 80s, right? He had obviously the Prophet was before that, but the big Prophet, when he used it more, because he used in Oxygen and Equinox, obviously Oxygen, he didn't have a Prophet then.
Yeah.
Equinox, I think he had one then, but he probably only just got it, so he probably hadn't thought, okay, I'll use it in an album. Maybe it was, not sure. I can't remember if it's in the track listings or not. But the Magnetic Fields album has it in there profusely. It's in heaps of the tracks. And you can tell, because when he went into the China concert, which was that massive, huge concert that he did in China, he's got the Prophet on stage. And it's funny how you said that, how the code is chants, like a Tibetan chant. It's kind of crazy. It's like a piss take on obfuscation, right? Because if you think about, like, a lot of the guys in the day, they used to obfuscate the EPROM code to try and stop people from copying them.
Yeah. No, this guy, Wayne, he's, looks good. He was, still is. He's sort of like Daniel Miller's assistant stroke tech guy. Sorry to say. But before he worked with Daniel Miller, he used to work with Jar back in the day. And he said to me, he said, I said, yeah, I mean, Equinox, great, Oxygen, great albums. He goes, yeah, it would have been even better if he played on them. What?
It was Michael
There's
Gies.
two other guys. I forget. He said their names. I've forgotten.
Michael Gies, and I don't know the other guy's name. Michael Gies was the guy that invented that sequencer.
Yeah.
Is it the Matrix sequencer or something? Whatever it was called. Which is actually it was a pretty cool sequencer because it did things that a lot of sequencers, even to this day, still don't do.
Yeah.
You know,
so
unless
those
you've got something
albums
like
were
a
out,
computer.
and technically Jar was still learning how to play keyboard.
Right. Well, he would have been. He was a student, right? So he did. His dad was a musician because he was a film composer. So he would have obviously done piano lessons at home because his dad would have made him.
Yeah, but he also, if you put a polymode in front of him, for instance, he wouldn't have a clue.
Oh, he's 2 fingers. He was a 2-finger player.
But he wouldn't understand the front panel.
Right.
That kind of thing.
I mean, these days he does, but...
He's caught up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And in a way, you've got to commend him for making a career out of music and being so ill prepared to do it. But somehow making it work.
Well, he knew what he wanted.
Yeah.
He just didn't know how to do it, so he got people in to do it for him. I mean, that's the definition of an entrepreneur, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hans does that. You know, he doesn't know how to play cello. He gets one of the best cello players he can find. Play the cello.
Yeah. That's what I would do if I wanted to
play the guitar or whatever, you know.
Well, that's what Michael Jackson did. He got Eddie Van Halen to play the lead guitar on Beat It. Yeah. And wasn't that an amazing lead guitar solo?
There you go. Right.
Yeah, it's not. I don't see it as a bad thing. I just see it as a smart thing. But he did know how to do the VCS3. He knew how to use that. Maybe it was limited to what he knew how to use on, but he did know how to use the VCS3. He loved his little synth-A's. He absolutely loved the little suitcase. He just loved them. Still got them.
AKSs, God, they're pain.
Yeah, the AKSs.
Yeah.
Little suitcases.
But I must admit, when I repaired my first EMS, it was. I remember Richard phoned me and said, "Does it work?" I went, "I think so." I said, "It makes noise." But does it work properly? I went, "I don't know. It must have been 2 years before I could figure out how to get the envelope generator to work." Or CD to the keyboard. It's like, ugh.
First time I used one, I had no idea how to use the pin matrix on it, obviously. And I'm like, I always wanted to know, what's this trapezoid? That sounds cool. What does that do?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, it's just, it's something so stupidly basic. It's funny, but it's got a cool name, right? And I was too scared to sort of, put pins in, and then someone said to me one day, just put some pins in, for God's sakes. What are you worried about? Just stick some pins in and see what it does, and then you'll learn. Even if you don't understand it, you will learn. You'll make sounds, different sounds.
The thing about the different coloured pins have different resistor values.
Yep.
And produce different results, even if you put it in the same hole, and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh God.
Well, he had to do that, didn't he? Because otherwise he would have had to introduce attenuators, right, in around that matrix, which I thought was quite clever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So in a way, it's a bit like how you've got what is it that's got that? It's at the System 100M has got it on there, where you've got the full LFO, and then you've got the half LFO or whatever it is. What do they call it? It's called something else. But it's kind of like it. You don't have to attenuate the LFO. You can bring it in at half the voltage, so that it doesn't. For example, it doesn't open your filter all the way up and all the way down. Close it. It just does it sort of half. So it's like a semi-open and semi-close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a times 10 and a times 1. That's what they've called it. So one's a 10 volt and the other one's a 1 volt. So it's like a small amount or a lot amount. I like that. I mean, that's the Japanese way of doing it, right?
Yeah.
Talking voltages.
It's like, it's like that thing with, I still go on about it, I must admit, with Jar playing the laser harp.
Oh, yeah. The Elka.
The Elka there.
I mean, that's Paul Whiffin's patch.
Well, so I keep saying.
The laser harp is Paul Whiffin's patch.
Yeah.
I remember. I can't remember if he came on my show or if he just talked to me on Facebook. But I was having a conversation with him. I think it might have been a Facebook conversation. Anyway, he's like, "Oh, that's me. I did that." And I went, "Yeah, I know, mate." And it's an awesome patch. It's basically just you just knew how to sync the oscillators and get that chorus to sort of bite into the harmonics. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But you know what? There's a lot of people who try to make a similar sound to the Elka Synthex, and they can't. And I scratch my head to think, it's not that hard, because if you look at the way Elka, over their history, where they've come from, right? They started with organs.
Yeah.
That's what they did. That was their bread and butter. So if you put that engineer sort of mindset, you should be able to recreate their oscillators, because it will have that thoroughbred in it, right? It will have that sort of influence from the organ days. That's how they created them.
Yeah.
And the chorus is basically from what I understand, it's a mangled ensemble that they've tweaked a bit. So it's just organ stuff, really.
Well, it is. I mean, the other thing about the Synthex was, for instance, like, you look at the voice cards, and it was all ICs.
Yeah, because they're
all 74 LS series ICs on it.
Yeah.
There might be a cap or two and a few resistors, but it's literally all. So they were producing a square wave by simply using one of the transistors and one of the ICs to turn on, turn off, kind of thing. And no more than that.
Yep.
Really, really nightmare to repair. Absolute nightmare. Because everything integrates with everything in such a way that you go, here's the fault. Yeah, but it also shows here. Here. Yeah, but which chip's causing this?
Oh, there's a great video on YouTube of a guy repairing a Synthex, and exactly what you just said. It's exactly what happened. He found the fault, but then it was like dominoes falling over.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fixed that, but hasn't fixed everything, because now I've got to go fix that, and now I've got to go fix that.
And it is literally a case of, like, you go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. All right, we'll pull this chip out and see which side has a fault and which side now doesn't.
Yeah. That's exactly how the video. I have to find it and link it to you.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just for a good laugh.
That's interesting.
No, but the oscillator, because they're digital, right? It's what they do with the square wave, and their knowledge of the organ, days.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the traditional organ sound is a square wave, right?
Yeah.
So it's how they manipulate the square wave from there that makes it so unique. It's a digital thing, but it's not. It can't be. Honestly, can't be that hard. I don't know how people are getting it wrong. It's even getting it wrong on a computer. To me, still makes me scratch my head, because it's digital. It's an algorithm at the end of the day.
Well, they threw into the mix, didn't they? Is it the Curtis 3320 filter? Yeah,
the Curtis filter's on it. Yep.
Yeah, and so you got all this digital going on, and then suddenly, a little bit of back.
Yeah, you've got your one filter per voice.
Yeah.
And the envelope envelopes on it were digital, weren't they? I'm pretty sure.
I think they were digital. I think that there was only one Curtis IC per voice.
Yep.
2 on each card. Yeah.
So they used Curtis envelopes too, did they?
No, I don't. I don't
think they did. Yeah.
No.
Some other digital envelope.
Yeah.
The chorus was analog.
Yes, it was. It was the third board down on the other side.
Yeah.
Loads of trimmers on it. It's like, oh mate, here we go.
Oh yeah, because of the rates. You got to you have to get it right too. If you stuff that up, it'll sound like
yeah.
dog.
They're supposed to meet at a certain point and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But for the sweet spot sort of thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that phasing sort of.
Yeah.
Thing that it does. Yeah.
Yeah, because you had the slow chorus, which was actually quite sexy. The fast chorus. I think, was it 4 preset? 4 preset speeds and depths? Or was it 2? Do you know what? I'll go out in the garage. I've got a synthesizer out there. I'll have a look.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so simple, that synth, in its design. It's actually really simple. It's like they've gone through all those years of making organs and string machines and whatever, and they've just gone, we can just generate all this shit digitally and chuck it through an analog filter and an analog chorus, and it's going to sound awesome.
Well, then they gave it this massive wooden case,
yeah.
but then made the case in metal anyway, and put the metal case into the wooden case. And you're like, really? As if it wasn't heavy enough. And then you open it up, and most of it is empty space.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
you could park your car in there.
Football pitch over here of bass, and a power supply over in the corner. It didn't look very big at all. So, is that going to run this? But
yeah.
But it was a lovely,
it's almost
unique sounding synthesizer.
It's almost like they made the case like that just so they could sell it as a quality product. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's inside. They make the big.
Yeah, they've definitely had that sort of like combo organ market by having those legs where you could stand and tilt it at an angle and play it.
Oh, the silver chrome.
A bit like a little Farfisa or something like that.
Yeah, little Farfisa. Yeah. I actually liked it. I reckon if I got one, I would love to have the whole thing.
I did have one for a while. I owned one for a while. Yes, I used to play the laser harp sound on it most of the time, I must admit. I just loved the sound. Was it B7? The laser harp sound? Something like that. And there were some other nice sounds on it. It did nice choral. There was a nice choral patch on it as well.
Well, it had the thing is, it was because it was kind of raspy digital, right? It kind of had that edgy sort of oscillator about it. It had like it's almost like if you looked at it in an oscilloscope, I reckon there'd be a little bit of fuzz on the lines. It's almost like it's biting into the Curtis filter each time it goes through it. The filter just really grabs onto it. In a way, it's kind of meant for it. That's what I sort of got out of it. I mean, technically, the same filter in some of the sequential synths, right, sound completely different. Same filter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always like the punchiness of the Pro 1. And yeah, it didn't sound like a single voice of a P5. Well, to me, it didn't anyway.
Wags is saying that
the same circuitry.
Wags is saying the sync on the Elka Synthex works in a unique way at the circuit level, which is why the laser harp sounds can't be mimicked on other synths.
Yeah.
You can get close, but you don't. What you don't get, you get it close, right? You definitely get a laser harp sound, right?
Yeah.
But what you don't get is that when you start going down the lower notes, you just get that real beautiful bass sound that just resonates.
It's a crunchy sound. It's really unique. Yeah, the bottom C, holy crap.
Was this a ring mod built into the voice circuitry rather than being a post effect?
Yeah.
Well, it's got a ring mod in it, right? So.
After fashion, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all the other thing I liked about her was you could precisely calibrate the resonance tuning and scale it on the keyboard so accurately. You could literally play resonance as another patch. You know where they sometimes you get a blend of resonances together and they kind of clash and beat against each other. On a synthesizer, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
You could get it just right. So.
I mean,
I must admit, it's
Curtis Chip should do that, right?
I'm trying to remember now. I think the synthesizer had the auto tune. I don't think there was even a button for it. I'm trying to remember now. It went through an auto tune phase, but there was no button, no on the front panel, no light or anything like that. It just did that when you turned it on. Yeah, okay, ready to go.
Yeah, a bit like some of the Korgs do that.
Yeah.
It just goes through a tuning cycle when you turn it on.
As opposed to the auto tune on the memory mode.
Yeah.
Which goes, I can't find this VCO, so I'll just ignore it.
I'll
Moving
skip
on.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you go, auto tune, it comes up, done. You go, like, yeah, what the fuck?
That's after it said I can't find the next VCO.
But we used to have all sorts of, especially the early ones, the early memory modes would be coming in. And you go, oh, it tunes 3. I've tried everything, and it still tunes 3. And you tune it, and you get it like to the Peterson, you go, there you go, lovely. Press auto tune, 3 tune. And I don't know why, but this twat is the guy that come up with the fix. Of all the people on the planet, idiot here goes, right, you've got these 100k resistors. It's a little resistor pack on each voice board. And you have this series of 100k resistors. What it does is it sends out a set voltage so that you should get a set voltage come back. And if it's slightly out, the computer adjusts to where it should be. And to cure it, all I did was take the resistor packs out, which were 100k 10%, and put in 100k 1%. Ta-da! Fixed. Okay, they didn't think of doing that at Moog. The thing was cost $4,000. What's the, I know the resistors are a bit more expensive, but come on.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's because you understand how volts per octaves work, and maybe the guy that built it didn't.
Well, the thing is, I think a lot of the reason was I got so fed up recalibrating a voice card just for the computer to go, no, that's not in tune. And I'm playing it and going, that's in tune, you idiot computer. Look.
Yeah.
Peterson's going, dink, there you go.
Yeah.
And the computer's going, nah, it's not in tune.
Yeah. Because
the resistor has, over time, isn't resisting quite the way it used to.
Yeah.
So the voltage it's reading back is wrong. Because it's putting a set voltage to it, but it's coming out the other side of the resistor higher than it used to do. And it goes, oh no, it's out of range. That's the other thing. The capture range was tiny. If it wasn't anywhere within this range, now, dead oscillator. I would have another one where it say dead oscillator.
It's a pity you couldn't rewrite the code for the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, when it went to Memory Mode Plus some years later, what they did was they go, oh, we'll get around this auto tune problem. What we'll do is we make the capture range bigger.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's not look at the resistors on the voice boards that causing the problem. Let's just make sure it's
give it a bigger threshold. Yeah.
Yeah. So people would say, "Oh yeah, no, can I have a Memory Mode Plus?" Because yeah, I want the sequencer, but also the VCOs stay in tune more. I'm going, no, they don't. It's just that it looks a bit harder. That's all.
Mm.
And even then it'll still go and then it'll come back in tune.
And it's
right?
not.
So you go 6 tuned and you play it and it's not in tune.
Yeah.
And it's all over the shop because the capture range, it's got it's within the capture range, adjust it, but the resistor's out, the VCO pitch goes up or down or whatever. And you go, yeah, it's fine. And it isn't.
Yeah.
And we're not talking just slightly beating either.
It's like when I bought that Nifty Keys thing down there, and I thought, okay, I'll do a little 4-voice poly on the cheap, and I bought the 4 Behringer single voice in a module. They're modelled after the 100Ms, and thinking that they should all be within Kui.
What's this? Oh no, Greg's sausage rolls. You don't get inundated with dogs now. Hey, yeah, darling. Give me a sorry, sweetheart. Oh, by the way, just thrown a curveball.
Another one?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Isn't it?
Isn't it?
So it might be a busy weekend.
No, we're going on a No King's Day march.
No.
We're having our own No King's Day march.
No, we're watching the Gallagher final tomorrow.
Oh, that's good.
At Twickenham.
Is it final?
No, it'll be the final.
Yeah.
So it'll be, who is it now? Is it Bristol?
It's the semi-final.
I both play on the same day. Right, well, I won't be working on the 80 during those 2 particular rugby games then, will I?
Good.
No. You're going to be putting your Queen's shirt on and what might have been?
Did Saracens make it to the...
No.
I'll be pretending I'm a sales support.
Did,
Or Bath support. Bath are going to be anyway.
You reckon Bath will do it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
Well, the Bath will be.
Okay.
Well, fella, I'm going to scoot.
Look at this. Look, you see, sausage rolls are here now. So we've got Charlie. We have Siri. Where is he? Noah's here.
Noah's there, yeah.
Nelly's just there. And Lily's just here. Here you go, Lils. Hello. Greg sausage rolls.
Oh, give him a feed. I'm going to scoot, guys. So I'm going to catch you guys later.
Okay. Take us care of us.
Toodles. See you later.
See you on the show tomorrow. Oh, right. Oh. Now, don't dribble over that power supply. All right. Make sure this is off. Yeah, it's off. Definitely prefer talking to Rands than working on these voice cards at the moment. What? I know. Oi, 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 oi. So annoying. Delish.
I don't believe you followed me up there and there's sausage rolls here. What's wrong with it?
Maybe he thought you were going to get more sausage rolls. Now, one thing we've got to do here. Charlie is a dribbler. Right?
Charlie.
And I can't really have him dribbling all over the power supply. Because all the fuse holders are exposed and everything like that. Alright, Fluffy. Yellow. Get dog in it. Where's Mummy gone? Where's Mummy gone? Go see. Go see. Go and have a look. What's she got? Oh, look. Go on in. Okay, come on in. Which way are you going? Do you want to go that way? Go on in. Noah, go on. Off you go. Here you go. No, off you go. Come on. Come on in. Oh, look, I'll move this out right. Look. Here you go. Siri. Come on. Here you go. Ready? Oh, Christ almighty, dog. What do you eat? Oh, got it. Ready? Off you go. Go. Go on. Right. Let's see if we can figure out what the hell's going on. Right. I might have to turn this thing up a bit. Go on. Off you go. Back. How can we block that off? Right, if I put that there, that blocks him off from the power supply. No, it didn't like that at all. Let's not do that. Let's do it there. No, it doesn't like that. Okay, what's upset it? Come on, it's been upset. Okay, we're upset. Great. Charlie dribbled on this power supply. Well, you could stop coughing all over it as well, actually. Ah, mate. Mate. That's what it is. Look at that. Will you go away, dog? Get up. Trying to rush your mother. You tell him, Charlie. Will you bugger off? Come, go. Swing your hook. It's no good. Let's go up here for 5 minutes. Come on, mind your ass. Oh, another day out. Oh. No, I can't work under those conditions. I'm coming here to eat these sausage rolls. Charlie and sausage rolls is a nightmare combination.
Making mistakes. We got stuck in pull in. We're out there working our butts off all weekend.
No shoes again, right? Never far away. Yeah. I think either Noah or Charlie has salivated onto the power supply.
Oh. What's just now?
Yeah, because I turned the 80 on and the preset lights don't light up anymore.
Oh dear. Is that bad?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I might have to rebuild the power supply again.
Sorry.
Well, you didn't do it. You haven't dribbled on anything in years.
I shouldn't have fed you.
Think you're pregnant? No, you shouldn't have let the dogs know you were feeding them.
How can I avoid that?
No, I don't know. Lock them in here.
What do I like to say?
Look at him. Doing his little twirly dance. Most of the time, you wouldn't even know he's there. So, there's a safety tip for yeah, there's a safety tip for everybody. You know, when working on a synthesizer, do not have a husky nearby while eating a sausage roll. Rule number 1.
Do you find the rabbit a negative for it?
No. In fairness, I didn't look for it. Yeah, it probably is over there somewhere. I would have thought Robbie had come on by now.
Who's on?
Well, it's 22 of us all together. Jake's here. Kissing the machines in. Thomas Young. Oh. Right. Go back a bit. Owen. Jack. Our man Justin has been in as well.
No, I think it is just the final tomorrow. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So a degree of lurking going on as well. More people are getting on with their day. Give it a rest, Charlie.
Leicester beat Bristol, so it's rugby Leicester. Bath Leicester tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Bath Leicester. Okay. That's anybody's. That is anybody's.
No, it's not. Bath.
Does it say who's refereeing?
No.
Oh. Kissing's just driven past the PMT place. You know.
What? PMT?
Yeah, the big music distributor. Not pre-menstrual tension. It's pre-musical tension, they don't it? No, they went bankrupt. Or receivership, or whatever you want to call it. Or was it Wednesday, wasn't it? I think they went down the toilet. On Tuesday. They just didn't buy it. All closed. So, for all that gear that's come out, it's almost like the new synth. You shut the your gob. It's almost like the new synth out of What? If I'm going to give you a piece, I will give you a piece. No. No. Amazing, you wouldn't know he was bleeding near half the time. You get a sausage roll out. Jesus Christ. One bit, can't have it. Oh dear. Why can't you be like her? What? She's just sitting there and she waits. You, on the other hand. Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure, and this is a guess. I think Charlie might like sausage rolls.
No.
I think he might. Just get this vibe. Get in.
No, I'm glad he's feeling better, because last night when we were eating, he was just sitting quietly.
Yeah.
I'm like, this one dribbling all over my dinner.
To be honest with you, I reckon he could be on his deathbed and trying to bring him round, just bring in a great sausage roll.
Waft it under his nose.
Yeah, and he just go, I feel better, I feel better. Yeah, that's quite a price hike, isn't it? Mind you, it's always a sign of an ongoing recession when a big company like that goes down the toilet, especially in retail, neck of the woods.
Ken?
Yeah. Are you teasing him?
Yeah. No, you're going to give me a kiss. If you want to touch his roll, you're going to give me a kiss.
Oh, comes at a cost.
See? See? And she's got it. Because she let me kiss her.
Oh.
Charlie? No,
We've got no Robbie. We've got no Matt. No Ian.
Come on, Charlie.
No Keith.
Come on, Charlie.
No Justin.
There you go. Oh, God.
No backfired.
Okay, while I was doing that, Sue got in and got the last bit on the phone. Now the little fella's come over to me. So it's gone,
Not Robbie's
going
mate.
down over there.
Robbie's mate. Yeah,
Going down over there, is it? Oh, right, okay. Here you go. Sit back. There you go. And here you go, my little Nellykins. And the last bit is mine.
I suppose in many ways you're lucky that JDXA isn't up for 1.2 million. I seem to have a husky stalking me.
You're not talking to me, are you?
What?
No, you're not. You're talking to them.
Well, Lily, can you get off my iPad, please? Do you mind, madam? Turn you up. Oi, fluffy duck. Go round.
I want to come over the coffee table.
Yeah, she's not as bad as this git here. He's like having a shower. Where are you? Keep still, you little git. Do your little dance.
Darling.
Git. Right, so one of them has broken the CS80 now, and I've got to go down and try and get it working again before I can move on.
What a shame.
What a shame.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh my God.
I'll give you such a slack.
I'm devastated.
Yeah, you look at it.
I could not believe how devastated I am.
No, even I can't believe how devastated you are.
Excuse me while I do my nails. What I do when I'm devastated.
Yes. Yeah, I scratch my ass and I do my nails.
How dare you? I don't have
Don't you?
No, I have a petite bottom.
That would explain why so much shit comes out of your mouth. You said it. How dare you throw grooming equipment at me? Oh, you're so mistreated. You throw dog biscuits at me. I don't know, I can't see where it went. Ow. Ow. Ow! That dog biscuit went in my ear. Oh. Oh. You remind me of my ex-wife.
Dogs don't mind when I throw it at them. Over wide.
Ow. See the abuse I have to put up with.
What abuse? I'm feeding you.
Here's one. Here's one. Here you go, Nels. Oh, dear God.
Right now.
What's this? Come here. What? There you go. I knew I wasn't going to get away with this. Right, there's a bit for you. I even have a small meal. And that happened to donate it to charity. Yeah. No, it's yours. I don't know, where's the little one?
By my elbow.
There you go.
Wow, that did move.
Good.
Right,
There you go. All gone. All right. You can all fuck off now.
Charlie's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone to drink some water, clear his palate.
Right. I'm going back to this 80
You can go back to work.
and see why it's not working. Yay.
It's wound.
I wouldn't mind, but I've just bloody bolted the fucking power supply back in. Okay, and we're back. The camera's in a great place, actually. Dog's been eating it. Right.
All right, sexy bollocks.
Well, they used to be.
Now the only wash they get is when you sit down on the toilet.
Yeah, and very messy. Very messy.
Dear, oh dear.
So one of the dogs has just killed the 80, so
so I heard.
we'll see why. Which power line has given up the ghost? Dribbly dogs. Right, let's try the 15-volt lines first. No, 15 volt is there. All present and correct, sir. Minus 15 is there. $10.6 is there. Minus 6.5 is there. And 8.1. Why did I get stuck in there? Okay. Looks like I overheated. After all that. So, you're forgiving dogs, you didn't kill it.
This time.
This time, yeah. Do we have guests on the show tonight or not?
No.
Oh, it's
we've got fuck all on the show tonight.
Oh, have we?
Yeah. There's
Like
not a lot.
Suit out again.
Yeah, might have to.
Do a little routine. Can you remember the fucking line this time as well?
Yeah. No, I can't actually.
The thing is, I watched it back. You did remember. You said the line.
Yeah, you said, yeah. But it wasn't intentional.
Yo.
Oh dear. Never mind.
Ah well. That's still a giggle, isn't it?
Yes.
So, do you want Steve Winwood on the show?
If he wants to come on the show, we'll have him on the show. Can you get him tonight? Sorry, Kent, I'm washing my hair.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know where it is. Well, you could phone him and ask.
Nah, yeah.
It only leaves you a couple of hours to prep a load of questions.
Oh, hang on a minute. I've got a daughter. Hang on.
Right. So we're back to working out what is pulling these voice cards around. Like a Latvian sex worker.
Dear. Right, shan't be picking my daughter's car up tomorrow either.
No?
No, well, we were supposed to pick it up last Saturday.
Right.
But before, like on the Thursday or the Friday, he said that he noticed the exhaust needed replacing, so he was going to replace that.
Right.
Which is fine, you know, because rather he does it there and then rather than having to go back. So,
Indeed.
sorry?
Indeed.
Yes. So he said it should be done by Tuesday of this week, so we should be able to come and pick it up, from then on.
Yeah.
And then on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, he sent a message to Sophia saying that he'd noticed there was a rattle coming from somewhere in the car, and so he was going to find the source of that and get it fixed, because he didn't want to, didn't want to sell it to us with something that could potentially turn into a bigger problem. Again, no problem with that. That's fine. We haven't given him. Well, Sophia gave him a £200 deposit to secure the vehicle, so it's not like we paid him the full whack. And he's just messaged Sophia, because we're supposed to pick it up tomorrow, and he's just messaging now saying he still can't find where this rattle is coming from, so it's going to take a little longer.
Well, I suppose it's better than going, yeah, fuck it, just give it to her.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is that, but I mean, she's chomping at the bit. She wants her car.
Yeah, but she doesn't want it going back in with even bigger problem.
Exactly. So,
especially if it's like water pump bearing or alternator.
The thing is, it's a Fiat 500.
Yeah.
It's not a big car.
No, that's free.
It's not a big motor, and where else could it be? I don't know. So anyway, I'll still go and test drive my one tomorrow. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I just haven't got the energy today. Yeah, next week's news is going to be fine, because there's a few things in the pipeline.
Yeah, we have the boys on, don't we? Probably
yeah, next week we've got Cherry Audio on. Yeah. But there's some other interesting new bits.
Okay.
That's next week.
I tell you what, this Siri's got a deep bark, can you see? It sounds like a much bigger dog.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 it pops out. Yeah, smells out. Now, let's see. That one gives me a C. This one wants to give me a C. See. Anything else interesting going on?
Nope. Absolutely nothing. Apart from forking out a couple of £100 for my missus' car service.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's gone up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, maybe
That they always.
I love on the on the invoice it says supply and replace vag oil.
Okay. Okay.
Oh dear. Have you had your vag oiled, missus?
Got to be lubed up.
Yeah. Oh well.
See which ones are out now.
Sounds like a busy rail yard.
Not good. And that distortion is really, really not helping. So we'll check the main smoothers on. Definitely on this one anyway. I haven't even got to bank 2 yet. God, I really hope it's not the VCOs. It'll be killer. It really will. I don't remember how many 153s I have knocking around left. I know it's not many.
Did you find those chips you were looking for that you said you had hundreds of?
No, I never found them. So I bought another 200. It was quicker.
Yeah.
Got them for a good price as well. I got rid of that big scratch out of all the black keys.
Oh yeah.
Right, let me go and look in my little pot and see how many CS80 VCOs I've got. No. I've got two, but both of their temperature ratings are so out from this. It'd never work in this one. So, Uncle Kent's got to get creative again. God help us all. Hello, babe. Well, you want to come in? Go on in. There we go. You heard from Andrew this morning?
Nope. Should I have done?
I don't know. Should you have done?
Not a thing.
-6. -6, absolutely. -6 again, yeah. And you, oh hello. Footage works. 16 foot. Should be doing it as well, which it is. Okay, so that's operating correctly. Speed, young man. And a 5, okay. Should be the same. This isn't going to be that straightforward. I think there's a problem with one of the, you know, the 40 leg jobs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with one of them. So it's pulling these VCOs all over the place like a wet bitch.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to look at tomorrow.
Go on. Ooh, I say. Like the wheels.
Yeah.
Got low pros on them.
Yeah, and
all the bits
lowered as well.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, it will be if they do me a nice little deal on it.
What are you hoping for?
Well, I'm hoping for a deal that I can afford.
Yeah, well.
Because I think it's on at the moment for just over 27. That needs to come down to 25.
Yeah, I was thinking 28.
So if I get it out at 25 and they give me a fair amount for mine,
yeah,
then we could be in business. Otherwise, I'll just have to.
Yeah. What are you hoping to get for yours?
I'm hoping to get. Well, I'm hoping that they'll offer me. What was it? I owe. So yeah. If they offer me 17 part exchange, because I could flog it privately for 20.
Yeah.
If they offer me 17 or above, that would be great. because that way then I can get the monthly payments to fit what I want. But we'll see how desperate they are to shift it.
What's that, about $250 a month, isn't it?
Oh no, but more than that.
Is it really?
Yeah, on the PCP, because the PCP is actually cheaper a month than like doing it on hire purchase.
Right.
Because with the PCP, you're only paying for the first 4 years, and then it's a lump sum at the end, or you swap again, or you hand it back. But I've checked out models like mine with the same spec, same year, same engine, 4-wheel drive, all that, and they're going for around the 20,000 at the moment.
Yeah.
Privately or through dealers. So if they give me 17, they'll still make a nice little $3,000 profit on it.
Yeah.
But we shall see. But I'm gutted for my daughter now, actually, because she was really excited.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah, so
still better to get her back all hunky dory.
Yes.
Than get her back early and not all hunky dory.
Mm.
Because after a week, that will be annoying. Like.
Yeah. Oh shit! I've just thought.
Go on.
Bloody. It's too late now, isn't it? It's been a week. Oh well, no. She got her car insurance to start last Saturday.
Oh.
But she hasn't got the car yet. But I suppose it doesn't really matter.
Well, it'll look better if she did put it into a tree the first day she gets it back. It'll look better. At least she looks like she was driving it around for a couple of weeks.
For a couple of weeks, yeah. Yeah.
So everything for a reason. Bless her.
Indeed. So you're having a bit of a scorcher there as well?
Yes, it's a little toasty.
Mm.
Nelly keeps going over to the hose pipe and scratching at it. No, I'm not having soaking with dogs in here, thank you. But she's the only one that's out on the lawn in the sun, sunbathing. With that dirty baby coat of hers.
Mm.
At least Lily has the sense to be in the shade.
That's like my cats. I mean, they're both black.
Yeah.
And yet they love sitting in the sun. When you go to touch them, they're so hot, but they absolutely love it.
I've burnt my hand on Siri's back before now.
Mm.
Which is like, ah. What about hot dog?
Yeah.
Do you know what? This has kicked all the enthusiasm out of me now. It really has, especially if it's one of those LSI chips has gone.
Mm.
But, oh fuck, no. What's annoying is it looks like the TCV amounts coming from the CAS and the SH board are correct.
Mm.
And it's something between those boards and coming up to the voicing boards where things are going awry. Damn it. And I don't think it's a component on the voice that's making the noise because it's doing it to both voice cards on that channel.
Mm.
So one of the channels is corrupted. again, that starts at 2 LSIs again.
Yeah.
So we'll trace it through from that to the trigger boards. So it could be the VCA to the well, it could be the VCA for the brightness, the VCA for the LFO, the VCA for the level, or the VCA for the pitch initial. And it's one VCA for each function for each card. So that's what, like 100 and something VCAs. What a joy. This is when I'm working on synthesizers and shit myself. My nose is running like a bastard. I don't know why.
Yeah, probably hay fever.
Yeah. I didn't think I suffered from it, but
changes every year though, doesn't it?
well, yeah. Plus, if the pollen count is particularly high or something at the moment, and it might be, oh, that's my cut-off point sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to suffer really badly and then didn't. I can't remember when I stopped suffering. I used to have to take all sorts of tablets, you know,
Yeah.
antihistamines and nasal sprays, and it just kind of, like, at the moment I've got a little cough that seems to sort of come and go, but other than that, it's well, not too bad.
I take it Matt is still recovering.
I spoke to, chatted with him on Messenger this morning. So
Yeah, he was up early, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sure he's alright.
Let's have a look on this one.
He just got a picture of kissing the machine in his brand new ProSynth Network zip hoodie.
Cool.
Stick that in the show for tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, should kill 15 seconds, he says.
Yeah. Well, we could always do an hour of Andrew's jokes. You know,
I don't want to be responsible for that many deaths.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, at least up until we're reaching for the razor blades.
Yeah.
See what I could really do without having an optical migraine at the moment. Makes it very hard to see what you're looking at. Right, one US. I think we're going to have to. It might be better just to change out all of these one UF on the trigger board. It's not like he isn't paying for it.
Oh, yeah, mate.
Okay, let's do that. Right, I want a big fuck off bag of 1UFs. Oh, look at that, a big fuck off bag of 1UFs. What is it, 500? Yeah, that'll keep us going. Make sure they're 1UF. They are indeed. Oh, it's 63 volt. Quality. Top notch. Typical though that this means that I'll be working on doing this all weekend rather than finishing it today. Which means the Mustang won't get a look in. I've been sitting here waiting for nice weather. To do that door.
Yeah.
It's just going to go out the bloody window now. Let's put an extra 200 quid on the bill just for the annoyance. Oh, where's that thingy gone? Want me thingy? Want me bloody thingy? You know. Come on. Come on. Get warm.
Yep.
No, it's on the deck and staring at us. We'll see them. Doing his little hoppy dance. That's off. Right, before I start, I'm not bloody nose again. Well, we had a little lesson last night in how important is Google Cloud.
Well, indeed.
And how many companies use it. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, the grand scheme of things, it only took him about 90 minutes to get it all fixed.
Well, agreed. Maybe they just didn't care. Some of these cats are in back to front.
Really?
Yeah. Now, it's either errors on the board or I didn't give a shit. One or the other. I've just seen this on trigger boards before. So we'll just carry on like nothing happened. Well, there you come. Big bunch of you. Minus to the right. That's what you want. That's what we can have. Even though the board says minus to the left. This one, minus. Minus to the left. Minus to the base. Oh, these are such fun. They're so higgledy-piggledy, it's ridiculous. Good man. Minus to bass. Like so. Where's the minus on this one? Oh, this is minus to bass as well. This one is minus to right. And this one's minus to left. There we go. Right. It's fun, isn't it? Just do a little cow. See, all I can hear is Siri snoring. Never known a dog was snoring like that. There we go. Okay, what did I do with that? Late. Make sure we got them all. Doing it short on the board behind. Like the jabs. That's it. They're all in. New. Right. These all the same. All pointing south. Yeah, all pointing south. Okay, that's easily sorted. Basically, it just falls straight out. You bet, young lady. Go on. It's a leap of faith. Good girl. Right. Them, and that one down there. If I can get to it. Right. soldered in. That's one. Three. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh dear. I'll work this. I could get paid for it now. Let's have a look here. That's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. And 8. There we go. Oh, somebody hasn't got a Kuka tap. Okay. And then it just leaves these ones at the top, which are going in different freaking directions, aren't they? Alternately. Typical. Do these two at a time then. You need a cook attack, mate.
Oh, it didn't take me that long to make the coffee. Anyway, you can't do proper coffee with a tap.
Rubbish. Rubbish.
Don't when you're none of your instant shite. No, just checking in on the daughter.
She all right?
Yeah, she's just fed up. She gets all excited and then.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
I was like that with carb cleaner.
It's like Jackie's probably a bit more pissed off because they've got a car at this place that she wanted to have a look at. Not that I can afford to buy another bloody car, but she's like, "Oh, I want to go and see that." I'm sorry, love.
I
Can't be doing that.
Like that, is it?
Aye.
Good.
It's Italian week at Lidl's.
I think Series E's just popped up then. I think she's resolved herself to the fact he lived too far away.
They've got these they do these croissant type things. They normally do them with like a little custard filling,
right?
But these ones have got cherry in them. Very nice.
Okay. That's different.
Could your dog really survive without you? The truth might hurt.
Yeah, dogs still have their instincts.
Yeah. It says here a miniature dachshund survived in the wild for 529 days.
Yeah. Noah did it for nearly 700.
Yeah. She was found healthy and alert on Kangaroo Island, just off the coast of Adelaide.
Yeah.
She'd even gained weight.
I mean, if little Noah with his broken leg can do it for nigh on 2 years.
Yeah.
I do point this out to him every time he wants me to lift him up onto the chair. I say, well, what did you used to do when you lived in the mountains?
Yeah, but he was younger.
Yeah, but you weren't there to pick me up.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between have to and want to.
I reckon that Air India flight, the last communication from the captain was Mayday, no thrust, losing power, unable to lift.
Oh.
So it could have been an incredibly rare double engine failure.
Yeah, well, I noticed, I think it was last night, that the flight paths of all the planes coming into and leaving Heathrow last night had dramatically changed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was due to a lot of them doing a sudden hanging left when normally they do a nice gentle right. You know, something's gone down. Yes. Right, so that's 24 new caps into the trigger board. And this is where we quite laughably turn it on and see whether it made any difference. As the CSA says. Bloody hell. It did. That has got rid of the distortion on channels 2, 7 and 6.
Cool.
So we may move on. I still don't know what's giving that ridiculous voltage to channel 6. I got a horrible feeling, like I said, it might be one of the LSI chips. So I think I've still got one knocking around here somewhere. Here we go. Never one far away. There we go. Ta-da.
Hey.
26. Oh, 26,600. Okay. Do we have a 26,700? Ta-da! We have a pair. So that's what, $2,000?
Yeah. Easy.
Mad, isn't it? I think sometimes this is where I do myself in, because I give a set price. I could end up sort of technically out of pocket on it, but must admit Fiona told me to put the set price up at this time anyway.
Yeah. So you know that little drum synth that we talk about?
Yes.
That was on Kickstarter.
The Kickstart one, yeah.
It's virtually funded now. It's about what is it? About 250, 270 off hitting the target.
Pretty much there then.
Yeah, they've got 16 days to go. So they're now asking, they're considering the possibility of modifying the firmware to add accenting.
Okay.
And they want to know what people prefer. Do they prefer accenting based on velocity or triggered by a separate MIDI note? And what velocity, if you choose velocity, which velocity would you consider the threshold?
Oh.
I don't know, I suppose velocity would make the most sense, wouldn't it?
Well,
because if you're playing it from a keyboard or a set of pads,
yeah,
it would be.
Well, I think sometimes it can be not a brilliant idea to seek advice from the general public.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that was one thing I learned. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody in the sort of fairly high up in the retail business. They said the biggest mistake you can make is ask your customers what they think. And I thought, yeah, I suppose.
Synth Samurai, Behringer under attack.
What?
Synth Mafia strikes via Klon mount up.
Oh God, yeah. So there's the Klon Centaur pedal. It's an overdrive guitar pedal.
Okay.
And it comes in a little kind of box. It's got 3 little dials on it and a switch. It's dead simple, but it has it's a very, very sought after kind of overdrive tone for guitarists. And there have been many clones by other companies, but they don't call it the Centaur. They don't make it look like a Centaur. They don't use the same name, the same graphics, the same this, the same that. Unless, of course, you're Behringer. And Behringer did. quite recently bring out this Centaur pedal, and it's a slightly scaled down size, but it's the same. The box is the same shape, the same color. It's got the same image of the Centaur, the half man, half horse. It's got it's the identical thing, image of of a Centaur. They even called it the Centaur. So they've used the name, they've used the graphics, they've used the style of the casing, and one imagines the entire circuitry.
Yeah.
And then in the promo video, they've got this guy who's talking about the history of this pedal. The one he's got in his hand has no history; it's brand new. He's talking about the original, and he starts name checking all the people that used. He said they've all used this pedal whilst he's holding this pedal, but it's not that pedal. They used the original pedal, not this one.
Yeah.
And the guy still makes these Centaur pedals.
Oh.
Yeah. So he sued Behringer. He's taken them to court.
Well, that isn't Behringer under attack, is it? It's Behringer getting a slap.
Exactly. It's Behringer doing what Behringer do.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally, it's kind of like just polite manners to wait until the guy's in the ground before you start fucking his wife. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. To put it simply, yeah.
Yeah. Not while he's in bed next to you trying to drink his tea.
That's it.
But there was this with, to a lesser degree, there was with the EMS, with Robin and that, and of course, drone with that BCF VCA chip for the 106 that they stole off him. That said, I mean, he was basing it on Roland Tech anyway, so it wasn't his patent or anything. But the fact was, you couldn't get these things, and he'd done all the R&D, and they just nicked it straight off him.
Yeah.
Rather than say, "Hey, hi, do you mind if we buy those chips off you in bulk and we make a price or something like that?" Instead of just ripping him off, just stealing it. But no.
So here you go. This is.
Is that Behringer, or is that just the way Chinese manufacturing works?
Well, yeah. So that's the original Klon Centaur. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a box with these little kind of flanges on the outside. It's got the graphic of the Centaur, the name Centaur on the top, and then your gain, treble, and output, and there's the pedal switch. That's that.
Yeah.
Now, Warm Audio, they've done a clone, shall we say, but it is different in a few key ways as far as lawyers are concerned.
Right.
So, first of all, you've got two colour choices, but second, they've put their brand on it, so it says WA or Warm Audio. They call it the Centavo, not the Centaur, and the image of the Centaur they use is completely different. It's a Centaur, but it's a different image. The Behringer one, on the other hand, oops. Oh,
It's a little more blatant.
It's a little more blatant.
Right.
It's an identical Centaur image.
Yeah.
It's called Centaur, which is the name. They don't put their branding. Now, normally, if you look at one of the things that this guy, the Klon guy, mentioned in his writ, or whatever they call the document, was that every Behringer pedal has the name Behringer on the top panel, not this one, because that would make it look too different. And yes, it's physically a little bit smaller, but it's a little bit more blatant, especially when they advertise it as being the pedal that all of these famous people used back in the day. Well, they can't have done because it didn't exist. So yeah, it's just
tricky, isn't it?
It is. But I mean, he's a one-man band apparently. I think he still makes these pedals in very small batches. That's kind of the impression I got. But they're quite rare, and so therefore they sell for quite a bit of money. I mean, the Warm Audio version, they're charging $178. The Behringer is $59.
Yeah.
But
but I suppose in all fairness, I suppose there's also this duality market anyway, where there's people who can't afford to throw 179 at it, but could 59. You know, but they could still go on and get the 179 when money allows them. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So whether it's actually taking sales away from him, perhaps a smaller percentage than you might think.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I mean, I can understand why.
There's not a lot of difference in the price. I mean, I could have said, look, if Jupiter 8s were going, for 25k and they bought out their Jupiter 8 for 800 quid, I could see where, there'd be feathers ruffled. But the difference between 59 and 179 isn't really a great deal anyway.
Here's the thing, right? So, an original Klon Centaur professional overdrive pedal, second hand, bear in mind.
Yeah.
I've just gone on Reverb. These are the prices of the first 10 that appear. 6,595.
Fuck off.
5,879. 5,298, 4,623, 4,359, 4,703, 7,124, 6,241, 5,920, 5,477. In fact, there's somebody here attempting to sell one for 15,000.
Yeah, okay.
But the
that's a different.
The Reverb average price currently sits at around $3,500, based on actual sales.
And to be honest with you, I have to say, good on you, Behringer.
Well,
because the price hiking thing is just silly.
Mm.
And it goes on till it gets stupid.
Anyway, that's what that's about.
Yeah.
Behringer under attack. Uli Behringer's going, what? And just flicks that piece of news off his desk. And like,
He's not going to be worried about it.
You woke me up for that.
Yeah. Like,
it's
nice.
Care.
I mean, trying to sue a company that's in China. Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, I think their business office, isn't it technically Malaysia or Philippines? I can't remember.
Well, again, good luck.
Yeah. Well, yeah, quite. So, but
No,
I don't know how it works. Is he suing the company in a foreign territory? Because he doesn't have any American. Yeah, I don't know how it works.
No.
Oh well. Good luck to him. See how that one plays out.
Well, to be honest with you, I think America have got bigger things to fucking worry about.
Well, I mean, given the fact that Behringer is a multi-million-dollar company that can afford to employ the very best lawyers that he needs.
Yeah. Well,
As much as
if he didn't have it, he wouldn't be doing it, would he?
Well, yeah. The whether this guy is right or wrong in suing Behringer, the chances of him winning are going to be quite slim, and then he's going to end up having to pay costs.
Yeah.
So, well.
So the pedals that he actually manufactures himself today are 179 quid.
I was reading an article about it, and apparently the reason they're so expensive is they're absolutely rare as rocking horse poop. Although saying that, there were 13s for sale on Reverb at those prices.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes rarity is dreamt up.
Yeah.
Like Jupiter 8, so rare. Fucking hell, I've been falling over the fuckers for 25 years.
I know. So I don't know. I try to remember where I saw it. The article I read seemed to imply that the guy making, it might have been a YouTube video that I watched. It's an Australian guy. Apparently, the guy, he still makes them every now and again. I think, kind of like, he'll do like half a dozen of them, and then that's it.
When the gas bill comes in, he'll make a couple and then go and sit down and watch TV again. Yeah.
How much they sell for?
Well, it seems to be their pricing is governed by the owners. More than him, anyway.
I'm just trying to see. Okay, hang on a minute. What's this say here? Here we go. It said that approximately 8,000 clone centaurs were made before they were discontinued in 2008. And in 2014, Finnegan released the redesigned and outsourced Clon KTR, which came with a tongue-in-cheek message, kindly remember the ridiculous hype that offends so many is not of my making. Since then, there have been all kind of... so it looks like he doesn't make them anymore. But he does have trademarks and copyrights on the design.
Right.
That said, the world and his wife all seem to have at some point made a version of this pedal, whether it's J Rocket or Warm Audio.
Well, it sounds like Behringer have absolutely no intention of releasing this pedal with the Centaur like it is,
no,
and everything else, and that's for the marketing. And then when it actually comes out, it'll be called something else.
Yeah,
like Mate Boy was in the chat, they were saying about did it to the biface, come out as a dual face and all that sort of thing. But all the time they're getting people interested. Let's make it look exactly the same as the one that everybody, wants to pay $5 fucking grand for.
So what this guy is suing for is counterfeit. I think he accepts that there are loads of clones out there. People making pedals that claim to do the same stuff in the same way, but at least they put them in different shaped boxes and they don't necessarily use the same kind of imagery or trade dress. That's the term I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Whereas Behringer have out and out tried to make something that both looks in almost every single way, apart from it being a bit smaller and obviously a lot cheaper than the originals. But he's saying that he's suing for counterfeit rather than but pedals like synths, probably more so, have been cloned for ages. How many pedal manufacturers looked and listened to a Boss pedal, decades ago, and thought, oh well, we can do an overdrive like that, or we can do a chorus like that, and they'll call it something different, and they won't make it look the same, but essentially it does the same. And so those people in the know will say, if you want a version of that pedal that normally costs £200, but you only pay 50, you can go and get one of those.
Basically, everybody who wants to buy one will know
exactly
what it was, no matter what it's called or what colour it is, or anything after that point. So, like I say, they've probably got absolutely zero intention of releasing it like that.
They've done it before.
Get the blood going.
It's like the MS-101, which is now the MS-1. There were 2 or 3 things on that Roland took exception to. One, the fact that it was called 101. Yeah. Secondly, the font that was used to write MS-101 on there. It was identical to the Roland font.
Yeah, with the broken.
And then there was something else, I can't remember what it was. But all Behringer did was they just rebranded it to MS1, which is pretty simple to do. Although there were some, as me and Ramsey can attest to, we've both got a 101.
Yeah.
And they changed the font, so it looks. Well, I say they changed the font. The lettering is still kind of the same shape, but it's that cross hatching or whatever it was that's different. So it's different enough.
Yeah.
Well,
to be pragmatic about it, Roland couldn't have given a fucking shit about the SH-101 for the last 40 odd years.
No.
You know?
I know we were crying out for a new 101 for a long while.
Exactly.
And people were coming up with 101, or they were coming up with synthesizers that tried to do what the 101 did, and maybe more. Same with the 303. I mean, I remember back in the day distinctly there being probably at least half a dozen 303 clones, but they weren't in little boxes laid out exactly the same. They were 1U rack mounts. So it was they emulated, copied, reproduced, whatever you want to call it, the synth circuitry, and then just throw MIDI in there and said, right, there you go. We've put the filter knobs on the front, because that's all you guys are really worried about is the squelch in the filter. You can sequence it from your Atari ST or whatever it was that people were using back then.
Yeah.
So you don't need the complicated fucking built-in sequencer. And nobody batted an eyelid.
Exactly.
Nobody. I mean, when I say nobody batted an eyelid, Roland didn't bat an eyelid, but consumers didn't go like they do over, clutching their pearls over certain things when they come out.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know.
Yeah, horses for courses, mate.
Like you said, I mean, if you're going to put a synthesizer out that is based on something else that is no longer made or manufactured, as long as you throw something original into it or at it, whether it's in the looks or whether it's in the functionality, if it's no longer made and hasn't been made for ages and that company isn't around anymore, I think that's pretty much fair game, and that's been happening not just in synthesizers but in all sorts of ways. But if you've got somebody, I'm not saying, I don't know if this Klon guy is still doing anything. It doesn't appear that he is. But especially, people like, the Devilfish and the biphase companies at Mutron or whatever they're called. If you're still making that stuff and then a bunch of people come in, and whether they make a copy of it that's as good as or better than, the fact that they're riding on your coattails, for me, is that's when it gets a little bit, well, what are you gonna do? I do think one day that, although maybe he won't, because I don't think he's stupid at all, but you do kind of hope that one day he steps over the line and gets absolutely hammered for it. But I don't think that'll happen. I don't think he's that stupid.
Well, there's been reputable companies done that before now, so big ones. So I don't know, mate.
Yeah. But yeah, for anyone, let alone, I mean, we all know what Mr. Samurai does and his shtick, and it's all, for him, it's all a performance, an act, if you will. Behringer are not getting attacked by anyone. They're getting called out on being what they've always been. This is the thing. It's like, where's the news? Where's the news?
Ah, for feck's sake.
Yeah, I've got a copy of the Mona Lisa in my downstairs toilet.
That's handy.
To be fair, it was bought from the Louvre. So
outside the Louvre.
No, it was actually in the gift shop. My daughter bought it in the gift shop.
All right.
So it's an official copy.
Yeah, Mona Lisa from the Louvre.
And we have it in the toilet because it's the Louvre. Get it? Get it? Get it?
Whee.
I'm here all week trying to fish.
Right. Standing in for Andrew.
I just flew in from Newcastle. Boy, my arms are tired.
Yeah.
Take my wife. Please, take my wife. Oh, dear.
What was it? Was it a Jew, a Christian, and a rabbit walking to a bar? And the Jew goes, I'll have a scotch, please. And the Christian goes, I'll have a scotch as well. And the barmaid goes to the rabbit, goes, what do you want? He goes, I think I might be a typing error. Boom.
Oh dear. Horse walks into the bar. Barman says, why the long face?
Boom. Irishman walks into a bar. It was an iron bar. I think that was a Spike one, that wasn't it? Where he was being shit for the sake of being shit. Oh dear. Well, we run out of shit jokes already. No. Good Lord. You're right there, little one. I thought you'd be quite warm there. But you don't seem to give a monkeys, do you? Just want to be with your dad. You silly fool. Aren't you? Eh? Oh, I don't know. Right, let's have a look now. Oh, 12 points.
Nope.
Oh, damn you. Let's not doubt the bloody voice count, bastard. We'll do it again now.
Oh, very good.
No. So there's basically two voices that are upset out of the 8, and on bank 2.
You see that one from Ros Gray?
More.
Barman says, we don't serve faster than light particles in here. Tachyon walks into a bar.
Oh, God. Yeah, you have to do it backwards, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Barman says... Oh, yeah. Very good. Very good. I can't even remember half of that one I did the other day. Quite complex.
A duck walks into a bar and says to the barman, "You've got any bread?" And the barman says, "Mate, we're a pub. You're a duck. We don't have any bread. And we don't serve duck's bread, so fuck off." So the duck goes out. He comes back in the next day. He says, "Got any bread?" And the barman says, "Told you yesterday, mate. We don't serve ducks in here. No, fuck off." The duck goes away. Third day, duck comes in. "Got any bread?" The barman says, "Right, if you come in here again, I'm going to nail your fucking beak to this fucking bar. Nah, you can sling your hook. So the duck pops out, comes back in 5 minutes later. Says, barman, have you got any nails? And the barman says, no. He says, got any bread then?
Boom, boom.
How many elephants can you get into a Mini?
Go on.
4. 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
All right, you went for that one. Okay.
How do you know when you got 4 elephants in your fridge?
Footprints in the butter.
No, there's a Mini parked outside.
Oh dear. Oh, mate.
Oh, God. Sean. Shakespeare walks into a bar. You're barred.
Oh.
That deserves a...
That was good.
Matt's a bit upset now.
Where's it gone? There it goes. What is my iPad doing? Oh, hang on. What's on there? Oh, there we go.
I'll take my daughter into work in a minute.
Is it that time already?
Yeah. Both my kids on late tonight. See, this is why I can't wait for her to get her own car and pass the test so you can just take herself to work.
Where is it? Where is it? Is that it? Yeah, there it is. Ah, okay. So what is pumping those up that far? See, swapping out these 40-leg jobbies really does have to be a last resort.
Mm.
Explore every single possibility first. Just running out of things that could possibly be doing it. That's the problem. What was that one we did last week? Oh, where'd it go? The 3 hardest things to say in the world. Was it? I was wrong. I made a mistake, and Worcestershire sauce. Which society? I don't know.
It's a nice little arpeggio right there, isn't it? It's all right. See old Gaz and Newman's touring again at the end of the year.
Oh yeah.
He's gone from being someone who says I don't like to wallow in my own nostalgia some years ago to literally celebrating the anniversary of every sort of album of his for the first 3 or 4 albums. So this year it's the 45th anniversary of Telecon. So it's a good one. I think I went to the 40th. I'm pretty sure I went to the 40th.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's doing the 45th, so he's always worth it.
No, for me it's always going to be down in the park.
Oh yeah, and he'll likely do that and the usual hits as well as Telecon. But
yeah, I wonder if Broken Peach have done a cover of it yet.
Broken Peach.
Have you ever seen Broken Peach?
No.
Check them out on YouTube.
Okay.
I think they've done some Human League covers and what have you.
Oh, maybe I have. Maybe I have. I don't know. Have you seen Mel Brooks is bringing Spaceballs back for a sequel?
Yeah, I read something about that yesterday.
Yeah, and it's going to have Rick Moranis in it as well, who hasn't, I think, acted in anything in the last 40 years.
Yeah.
Didn't his wife pass away, and he just quit the business to bring up his kids?
Yeah, bugger this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently in 2027.
Wow.
The Schwartz Awakens. Brilliant.
I still remember that thing where he goes. It says, "What is the code for the shield?" And he goes, "It's 1, 2, 3, 4." He goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what an idiot would have in his luggage. And the president goes, "That's the code of my luggage." You've got a bloody tester probe stuck up your nostril. Move that out of the way. Just sit there and let it sit in your nose. You silly girl. Mind you, no stranger to the tester probe, are you?
Who?
As they say in prison. Oh, God. What's that on the horizon? Oh, that's my enthusiasm. Bye. This is why I know I'm getting too old for this. Because at one time of day, we go like something go wrong like this, and you go, right, okay, let's see if we can sort this out, and I'll just keep on this until it's working. Now it's like, fuck this, I'll look at it tomorrow. 30-year itch, as it were. Mind you, he's expecting it to take months anyway. It's only been here a week.
Well, there you go.
So I might go at it a bit more leisurely after all.
I learned something the other day. I think it was Jason Jervis.
Yeah.
You know, if you're watching YouTube on mobile, you can't do the @ tagging. That's because you don't need to. If you type their name exactly as it's written.
Yeah.
So, for example, you know, Rosgray 801, so you just type in ROZZ space GREY space 801 with the capitals in there. It just tags them for you.
Oh. But if you've typed it all out, it kind of defeats the object, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but also the benefit is that
whereas
the
before
person...
you could go RO and it'll come up.
Just choose it,
click on it.
That's the bit that's missing. But ultimately, you know, Ros would then know that we've tagged them.
Oh, okay.
So it's the little things in life.
Mind you, I don't suppose tags need to be that important, really, unless you've got like 2,500 people watching the stream all talking at the same time. And even then you can miss your tag, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
It goes by at 1,000 miles an hour, so...
Can't you... maybe it's another thing. You can actually slow the chat down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Might have been another platform.
Oh, we've got the popcorn challenge tonight on SOR. Me, Steve, and John's submission. I believe John's done a video to it.
Yeah. Right, I've got to go. I've got to take my daughter to work. Back in a mo.
All right, John. I might have a quick look at the voice cards in the other bank while he's doing that. See if there's any similarities to the first bank. to match up. That definitely has noise on it. Ooh. It's definitely upset. No, and no. We have to work out what external system is pushing those voice cards to that limit. I really hope it's not the LSIs. You right there, Fluff? I think you're going to have to go and look under the keyboard again. Damn it. Ow. Didn't want to. You want him to go through? Or what? Because I can move this anyway. Can you go that way? Go on then. Help yourself. Good girl. Right then. Let's see what you little one. Put the TWS board back in. And then the 11 and 12 back in. And then go to 11. Go on, here you go. Good girl. That's 11. And that's 12. really. You may have accidentally banned him from your chat, Matt. Quite easy to do. Click on the 3 dots. See if he's see if you've accidentally banned him or not. You should have 125. Yep. 125. Yep. 125. Yes. 125. Yes. 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 And yes. The SH board. Yes. 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 Right. Now what we got? 1.68. 68. 168. 168. 168. 168. 168. 168. 168. Yep. 168. Yep. 168. Yep. 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 Whatever's doing it is not coming from here. Fuck, as they say. All right. Seeing as the cards are chain paired together, I now have to start desoldering wires to find out which bloody card has got the fault. Siri? Too much gobbiness.
Hello, gorgeous chops.
Bonjour avec un semblé or something.
Do what, John? Do what?
Ouvrez le pot.
Avez-vous un coupe?
Aye.
Good. Well, that was a day. How are you? What's going on? What are you trying to fix? Oh, you're still on the 80.
Yeah. It's just throwing curveballs.
Right. Is this a fixed cost thing, or however long it takes?
Yeah, as long as it takes. Get it right, innit?
You're almost Sonic the Hedgehog.
Almost.
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 Not quite.
No.
You're better looking and more athletic than Sonic the Hedgehog, obviously.
Well, no, I was thinking it was the other way around, really, to be honest.
No, I'm pretty good at judging these things.
And I must admit, I don't possess his penchant for gold rings.
Ah, right. I'm just thinking of grabbing a quick shower before tonight. I just suddenly realised it's where the flipping X this week gone?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I've been having fun. So what? How far? What's the latest curveball with this little bastard?
Well, at the moment, I'm just going to see which voice it is. Six. They're both really, really up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, there's voice 16. That's Come Girl. And voice 26. 1, 2, 3.
Is it proper done up a kipper?
Well, it's doing something it shouldn't really be able to do, which is never good news.
Yeah, but that's never stopped a CS80 from doing that kind of shit before, so you're not surprised, I hope.
Not massively. The thing is, I have to try and work out what, why, and where. So, I believe I have to figure out whether...
Hang on.
The cards
Never mind that shit. Wagyu has just said, take some cake, ACO head. I'm assuming it's ACO head. It stimulates the area of the brain known as Shatner's bassoon. Do you know that's absolutely right? That's why I need cake. Just
Shatner's bassoon?
Yeah, Shatner's bassoon. Of course, Shatner's. Shatner's bassoon.
I didn't even know he could play the bassoon.
He can't. You're thinking of Spock and his oboe.
Oh.
The pink oboe.
I thought Spock had a lute. Or am I thinking of something else?
No, he reads a different paper. He reads Exchange and Mark, not Lute.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's for a 1600E, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what it is. 1600E.
Mark 1.
Executive.
Yeah.
I remember thinking those were the spankiest, most wonderful thing on the planet when I first saw one as a boy. The Vauxhall Cresta.
Oh God, yeah.
Oof.
I was madly in love with the Volvo. Was it Volvo 220?
240.
240. Oh yeah. And maybe a Humber Imperial. If you want to get great.
Yep. My dad was a copper, and they weren't well paid at the time, and we were a big family, and so he used to get really cheap second-hand cars, like you do when you don't have a lot of money. And he bought a Vauxhall Cresta.
Yeah.
They're big things.
Yeah.
Really, really big, but it had a 2.6 litre engine and 2.6, 2.4, something like that, and was built like a brick shithouse. It was really comfortable.
Yeah.
And he did two things with it which were notable. One was that he was driving through Finchley in the wet, and a Volvo 240 lost it on a little sort of square roundabout-y thing that's up in Finchley.
Yeah.
And he went sideways into my dad's Cresta. To the front of the Cresta, went sideways in at 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
Completely fucking totaled the Volvo.
Yeah.
And there was a small dent to the Cresta. Right, that was the first thing that I remember.
Yeah.
And the second thing was him painting it, because it was two-tone. It was black and grey. That, black roof, grey bits, and then black. It was beautiful, beautiful, with chrome all over it. And he decided one day he wanted to paint it, so he bought got from somewhere some Hammerite, blue Hammerite metallic paint, and painted it on with a brush. And if you got to 50 miles an hour, 40 or 50 miles an hour, you'd see hairs on the bonnet lifting up. You drive along. Everyone in the neighbourhood knew my dad's car. It was just... It was brilliant.
My dad, for donkeys, had a black Triumph Herald. He put hammer-on spoke wheels. It constantly used to keep coming off. I have a vision. It was a Sunday night coming back from my auntie's. It was bucketing down, and my dad running down Ashley Road, chafing his back wheel, which was bouncing towards the duck pond. And he's literally up to his waist, going through this duck pond, trying to find his back wheel. And he had this. We used to sit on this bench back seat it had, and he goes, don't sit in the centre. He goes, you always sit either side. And we go, yeah, Dad. And the reason for that was, if you pulled the mat up, you could see the road where the prop shafts kind of was. You could see the prop shafts.
Yeah, my dad had an Anglia like that for a side.
And it just constantly broke down, and it wouldn't hold a charge. So we'd go to Fine Fair, do the shopping, and he always parked it where in a place in the car park that was near the slope, because he'd get in, or he'd get Mum to get in, and then him, me, and my sister would push this bloody thing
and bump start it down the slope. Yeah.
And my mum wasn't very good at that. And sometimes we get to the bottom of the hill and it still hadn't started, and we go, right, we've just got to start pushing it out. So to steer it out onto the road and start pushing it down the road. Sometimes people come along and give you a hand.
Yeah.
So then he bought this 1100 after many years of pecking around with his car. And this thing was worse. I think the first thing that fell off it was the first thing that fell off it, right? Austin 1100, the headlamp.
Yeah.
The whole wing, whole front of the wing, it was just rust. And he's driving along, and then he saw this thing go ding, ding, ding beside him. And it was the headlamp.
I see Mr. Hilton is in the chatty batty.
Is he?
Mr. Hilton, I've not been in touch with you for an awful long time, which is I feel very badly about, but I've not been in touch with anyone really, including this lot. I sort of make the Friday night shows, but I'm terrible about keeping in touch. We've had stuff going on, but it's great to see you out there still touring and doing your thing, and your son doing well. And I heard the mix you did for your friends. That's a good mix. That's a very good mix. Well done, matey.
I think he's probably just pleased they allowed him back in the country.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't tell him, Pike.
Yeah.
You're a lovely man, Richard. There we go.
Good lad.
See you later, James. And all that stuff.
I'm not finding anything that's making this sit so high, which is very, very concerning.
Would it be because something is not right?
You'd be surprised.
There you go. Something's broken or not right.
Sometimes it can actually be just the way the wire's sitting.
AC ahead. Sorry, I'm getting shit for saying hello to Richard. I just haven't spoken to Richard for a long while. So, Mr. AC ahead, of course, it's lovely to see you. Matt, of course, he's just a gorgeous man and a brilliant snog. He sometimes snogs with a handful of jam and a weasel in the other. You know,
that's a really great technique. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a specialist, ACO head. So
trained weasel.
Trained weasel. So unless you're training weasels, Mr. ACO head, you see, I will certainly wish you a happy afternoon.
Well,
and Wagyu gets a let because he sometimes posts small European countries into my letterbox of a Friday afternoon. So you know, that's all good. Yeah. Long Prong is such a big fan of ACO. He tried to get Kent to install it on his Mac. Getting Kent to install anything on his Mac is just...
No, just don't.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
I'm just blind that every time I turn my Mac Studio on, it fires up and it goes, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah, there is that. There is that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I've got to clear out my studio, or start clearing out my studio next week, because the people are in there are getting a little annoyed with me leaving all my stuff there as long as I am.
Yeah.
So I'll start putting some stuff up for anyone wants some studio gear, musical or speakers, BM15As, BM6As, microphones, synthesizers, racks. Then lots of camera gear, lighting stands, lights, all sorts of shit. I've got everything. And I've got to get rid of an awful lot of it. So, yeah, I'm just keeping the very essentials that I need for the community-based thing I'm doing.
That sense make not.
You've changed out all the caps, or at least tested them, and...
Yeah, they tested out okay. Although I'm going to replace them anyway, but I've got them on order. But it's more to it than that. Something elusive.
Have you tried... I mean, actually, this doesn't make... I was just about to make a really silly suggestion, which was swap it with another voice card, but it would just do the same thing. It's not going to be the control voltage.
Not necessarily.
Coming in.
Not necessarily. It could be the voice card that's generating the jump in pitch, but it's the other one on the same channel, but in bank B is doing the same thing. But there are no voltages at these wire points to indicate why it would be higher. The voltages, the CV voltages, are exactly the same as that are present on the other cards. But there are other factors to take into account, which is the FETs that does the footage. One of the FETs could be leaking, so we'll have to have a look. A quick way of doing it.
Yeah.
Which is to replace the FETs. And see. Don't think it is causing the problem, but hey.
Could you replace it with a frozen pea or other frozen vegetable of some nature? But the pea would fit.
No, all vegetables are off the books, to be honest.
So the CS80 isn't vegan?
No, it's a meat eater.
Oh. Is it woody?
It's very woody.
Woody.
Not tinny. Not tinny.
Not
woody.
tinny. Tin, tin, tinny, tin.
There's another classic Monty Python, isn't it? So Robbie's daughter's not getting her car tomorrow now.
Oh, why?
Can't find where this rattle's coming from.
Ah.
But you know,
well, that's disappointing. Are they investigating and going to fix it, or is the sale off?
Yeah, this is it. This is why she's not getting it tomorrow, is because he can't find where this rattle's coming from.
So they're going to fix it or look for another.
That's the idea, yeah. So it's better that she waits, really.
Yeah.
But it's like everything else, isn't it? We've got oh, come on. It could be like a water pump bearing or alternator bearing or something like that. So he does want to get it sorted rather than it get much worse. And then try and put it straight.
Yeah.
Or the bearing goes all together, the belt snaps, and then there's other damage done to the engine. Now you're looking at a big bill.
Yeah. Well, I might go and have a quick shower, I think. But I have been having fun this week with the KR55 plugin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just playing around and doing the kinds of things you used to do with things like the PCM70 resonant chords, where you tune the flange so it's not modulating. You tune a really short delay with lots of feedback on, so it resonates at a specific frequency. You can get some really, really cool things happening with that. That's been a lot of fun.
Oh, cool.
Sounds like an acid banjo.
Or banjo on acid.
As well.
Definitely K30s. Let's look. The corresponding ones to that are those ones. Yeah. Okay. Fair dues, cobber. Fair dues.
When are you having your get together?
Well, Ty reckons end of this month, next month. That's when so everybody's working to his schedule.
Well, when you say everyone, I might pop down early. I'm not sure. I might pop down and just say hello, drop some bits and pieces off, and eat some cake. I'll bring cake.
Essentially, he's coming down for the week.
Yeah.
So,
say hello to the Dodgies.
And it'll be whenever during that week, sort of thing. Because Fiona wants to put on a little spread, and absolutely everybody on the planet is invited. He wants to, It's not exclusive to any particular people at all. Anybody who wants to come down and be mauled to death by animals,
that'll be me then.
Lots of sugary treats.
But I don't think it's fair calling Fiona an animal like that. I don't.
Well, she's used to it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, at least I don't keep her locked in the attic anymore.
No.
So it is an improvement. She seems to think so, anyway.
And you're faster than her, so you can save fun bags and run away quickly, so you don't get hit. Yeah.
Like, she doesn't come out into the sun because of that whole,
the problem that we don't like to.
We don't talk about that too much.
We don't talk about that.
So, plus, I don't like that sound she makes. That sort of like noise she makes every time the sun comes out. Oh. Okay. Improvements.
Let's see.
Let's see if it's leak effects. When you're ready. Over an octave too high. It just doesn't have the range. They said that only goes up. But the CV is fucking correct CV. Please don't be the VCO. Please don't be the VCO. Let's see if it's the VCO.
That's what's the oh God, what's the chip? The
because if it's the VCO,
you can't get them.
no. And the ones I've got, the heat rating is miles away from where these ones are. It'll probably be just as bad. Let's take one from the voice next along and see. Because if it is, I'm going to have to get really, really fucking creative. No, it's not the VCO.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, thank God for that. Let's take it back out.
So why did it suddenly increase in pitch when you held the card?
Oh no, that's just messing with its CV, so it jumps about all over the place because you kind of like just sorting it. That's how you find out which card's active. It's a quick way of going, boom, 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 you know. But it won't be the wave shaper doing it. It's not going to be the transistor array because that just does switching, nothing more. Shit.
Sounds like a leak somewhere. A leak, voltage leaking across from somewhere to somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, except none of the voltages are suggesting that there's any increase in voltage anyway. It makes sense not. Now there's two octave drivers down here, but they're for brightness and volume. I'm just wondering if they might be bleeding across somewhere, like on the trigger boards or something like that. But that would be...
Surely that would affect all the voices.
Do that, basically. It's not something it would easily happen. This is classic 50-year-old electronics doing weird shit territory.
One of the diodes has turned to a fruit pastel.
Yeah, might as well do. Might work better. Yeah, so it's...
Could it be anything to do with the wiring on the board becoming, because it's so old, leaking across from one wire to another? But that would show up as voltage, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Out of interest, so you've measured the voltage with the key down depressed where the voice is sounding, and you've measured it without in each of the points, yes?
Yeah. But the thing is, what's throwing me more than anything else, it seems to be channel specific. So it's not individual cards. Because the chance of a component on this board failing to a degree that matches exactly a component on that board failing to exactly the same degree is too fantastic. So there's something in the channel control that's doing this. But what? And the biggest problem I'm facing at the moment is my enthusiasm to work on this went out the fucking window 4 hours ago.
But hang on, if there's two voice boards essentially because you've got the two voices. Yeah, you've got two voices.
There's two voices, but they're both channel 6.
Yeah. But if
One's
they're both on channel 6 and
one's 16, one's 26. So there must be something in the channel system that's pushing the pitch up. But normally their pitch is set by the casboard under the keyboard, which is kicking out exactly the right voltage to both cards.
So, are both those boards, are they connected in any way by anything? Is there any kind of feedback or?
What are you doing? Their CVs are passed on to each other from the casboard. That's the only connection between the two cards. And that voltage is correct. Are you coming over here then? Well, what are you doing? You coming in? You going out? Because you can't stay there. Madam. Oi. Lily, come on. There you go. Right. Sit your ass down there, young lady.
So
if it's something to do with the pitch initial trigger board, why would it be high? Hang on, let's put on pitch initial, which gives you that glide up on the striking of the note.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. That one doesn't sound at all. Oh, I didn't put the VCO back. I'm not hearing pitch initially, you?
No, not at all.
Right, we got after. There's no pitch initial there at all. There is there.
So, sorry, stupid question time, Ken.
Yeah.
You're pressing 8 times and one of the notes is off, right? Because you've taken the VCO chip out of one of the boards.
Out, yeah.
Right. So why don't you switch to? Is it the A bank or B bank board that's screwed? One or two that's screwed?
No, both.
Oh, both.
Oh, yeah, both number 6s, 16 and 26. So you have 8 channels. You have 16 cards, 8 channels. So channel 1 takes care of voice 1.
Yeah. No, I get it.
On A and B, yeah. Now both 6s are high, but the voltage going to them is exactly the same as all the other channels. So something else in the system is making the VCO pitch sit high that has nothing to do with its CV.
Is that keyboard logic?
All brand new. All brand new. Spanking brand new. Now, the LSI chips might do it, but if they were doing it, it would show up at the sample hold board. Would show 125 millivolt for all 8 channels. So it's an additional system somewhere is affecting.
So hold on.
6.
Hold on. So this is going back years and years. So this is an analog polyphonic synthesizer. So there's CVs controlling pitch somewhere.
Yeah.
But there have to be multiple CVs going round because once you press more than one note, you've got 2 different CVs going out saying this is what this one should be, this is what another one should be, right?
Yeah.
So what's controlling those? What's measuring? Is that the LSIs that are measuring which key and then assigning a voice and then pushing out the control voltage.
There's 8 channels on this that control the CV. Well, on the 2600, one leg is for each key within the octave, right?
Right.
So on this, it'll be like, that's C, C sharp, D, D sharp, so forth, so forth, so forth, up to B, right? And the other one, this one, slightly different, but this is the octave one. And there'll be 8 channels, and they've shown the different octaves ranges across the keyboard, right? They're on the CAS board. The CAS board then assigns 8 channels from these and gives them their initial CV, which is 0.125 millivolt, up to the cards. Well,
so
it goes to the sample hole.
So just talk me through it. So it assigns an initial voltage, which is the same regardless of which key is pressed.
Yeah, that's its initial voltage of 1.225 millivolt.
Okay. What's that initial voltage for? Just to say, be prepared, or?
No, it sets the what they call the TU, which is the it's tune state when you turn her on. So that it knows that bottom C is a C.
Right.
Right. So it fires up, sending a C voltage to all 16 cards, waiting for you to push another key. All right. So, and even when I push another key, so when I push, say, C in the 4th octave, that will be 2 volt. And you test what's coming out the CAS board and out the SH board to each pair of voices in the channel. It's 2 volt. All of them, they're 2 volt. And yet you've got one pair of cards that's sitting an octave above that.
So is there a way of swapping the voice from voice 7 to voice 6 and see if that makes any difference? Because then you'll be able to isolate and pin it down and say that's...
Yes, I mean, I could take, say, voice 7 in bank 1, desolder all the wires and put it into 6's location.
And that would tell you then whether or not it's the voice board or whether or not it's logic or something coming in.
Yeah,
but that's a colossal... How much soldering is that?
It's a bit of it's fiddly. But the thing about it is, I'm almost certain it won't make any difference. And then the new card will be an octave above. I think it's that channel. Something on that channel's doing it.
So what else does that channel provide? So it provides the initial voltage, it provides the key on each of the, for each of them.
Yeah.
What else does it?
The gives you the 8 gates. It receives the key information, so it knows which.
Okay, but other things that will be being sent to those boards will be things like.
LFO CVs, pitch.
LFO CVs, the pitch change, the ribbon.
Yeah.
Maybe even expression, maybe something from one of the expression or whatever boards.
Yeah. Although none of that is on. None of that's turned on at the moment. So whatever's doing it, it's at a more fundamental level, and I'm looking at these trigger boards, which if the VCA has gone and it's gone high, so instead of being dead, it's kicking out a voltage of say 7 volt or something stupid like that. It would make, on channel 6, then it would make both those cards high if it was like the VCA for the pitch initial. Now, regardless of whether pitch initial is turned on or not.
But you're not measuring a change in voltage there anyway.
No. But it doesn't mean it's not affecting it. This is the thing about CS80s. They're a little on the complex side in terms of their wiring. And this is why, when you get problems like this, at the back of my head, I hear this little voice going, "Oh fuck, walk away, come back to it tomorrow."
Maybe that's the thing to do. We've got a show in a while.
I'll tell you what, the voice is getting louder and louder all the time.
Yeah.
So
I know that feeling.
see, nine times, yeah. You know, I can do an 80 and it's like boom, dum, da da, done. But this is had a
50-year-old analog beast.
Yeah.
With 16 cards.
Yeah. But this is why I changed all the CMOS logic before I even bothered looking to see what's wrong with it.
Out of interest, I mean, I'm assuming you've done this. Are you using the same waveform each time you test it, or have you tried the other waveforms to see whether or not, and it's exactly the same?
Exactly the same. Yeah.
Right. Then I concur, my lad.
Yes. So, I really. I can play it with my knee. So yeah, it's been a bit of a move.
Certainly is. Talking of moves, I'm going to go and wash the cow shit off me, which is what I smell like, even though I haven't been near a cow all day. Yeah, I'm going to go and have a quick shower.
What is it? 5? Oh God, it's coming up to 5 o'clock.
10 to 5, yeah. It's time for a quick shower and a quick bite, and then there's
I have to eat early, so that I'm not trying to scoff my food down before PSN starts.
Yeah, I'll eat around about 6:15, something like that.
Yeah. Whereas normally we eat about 7ish, which isn't.
Normally we eat at 7, but Fridays there's a 6 o'clock thing, and it's either a quick snack at 6 o'clock and then stuff my face around about 9:30, 10, which never works out well.
Yeah.
Or whatever. All right, listen, I'm going to bugger off and go and have a shower. Right.
Well, I've got dogs to feed. I'm probably cooking tonight as well, so I better get off.
Yeah, and let's not set fire to Stevie's CS80. Let's not.
Well, not today, anyway.
Not today. Tomorrow, maybe.
See how I feel tomorrow.
Barbecue. Yeah.
Although it's rugby Gallagher final tomorrow, so.
And it's not Wimbledon. It's some sort of tennis is on. I don't know, something to do. Queens.
Roland Garros.
Which I think it's Queens at the moment, which Liz loves. I've got F1, the Canadian Grand Prix. And there's all sorts of thingies, and I want to do some more sound design. I'm doing lots of sound design at the moment, which is really good fun. I used to do it all the time, and I haven't done it properly for years, and I'm fucking loving it.
Yeah.
Really, really loving it.
I want to get that bloody Guitar 1 and 2 patch off of Justin.
To find out how he's done it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe see if I can actually even...
Well, I've still got the start of the Guitar 1 patch, but I've forgotten. I need to get samples of that, of doing that, the different thingies of it first of all, because it's such a complicated, ridiculously complicated patch.
Oh, it is. The amount of sustain is critical in Guitar 2.
Yeah, and the decay is critical on Guitar 1.
Yeah. And the amount of attack are...
the amount of... It's a quant, is what it is. It's a quant.
Because it does that thing where if you press the key very lightly, the attack is longer than when you clout it one. Because of that dynamic.
And then, is it 1 or 2 that introduces the noise? Just, there's a little bit of noise in there?
I think it's 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 has a little bit of almost like a distortion on it. But the thing is, we could always use this one to get you a couple of samples together. As soon as I can get it to actually play like a proper keyboard.
Okay, so it would be quiet, loud, 2 or 3 or 4.
Oh different... do the range. Do the range. Yeah.
Do the range and do it up and down, because it change. You can get it sounding really good on one note.
Yeah.
And then you start moving across the keyboard, and that's when it all goes to pot as well. So, Yeah, let's do that. Maybe we should have a chit about that. I've still got to have a chat with you about all of this. There's all sorts of things I'm finding on the AM1X on the ANX engine that are interesting. Not sure if they were meant or not. So, yeah, we shall see.
Knows, mate.
Right, I will speak to you later.
All right, dear.
Love you. You're my favourite. Mean it.
That's only because I'm the only one here.
Yeah, well, there is that. Actually, I've got to say, my favourite today is ACO Head.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did he show you his willy again?
No.
He did?
No.
Oh, that's it.
He wanted to bring Mr. Godfrey Bumble thing along to an event.
Oh, yeah.
And I just said, Godfrey Bumble thing again? What, the fourth? Godfrey Bumble thing the fourth? And he said, yeah. And I said, ACO Head, mate. I said. But he's still my favourite.
Well, I've had my fill of 80 for today. I've been on it since past 6 this morning.
I thought for a minute there you said you've had your fill of being 80 for the day. So,
I feel it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, if Siri doesn't get a cuddle soon, I think she's going to explode. Isn't that right?
Yeah. I'm going to go and measure my knacker sack and see whether my age has got the bottom of the knacker sack touching my ankles or not.
It's funny,
I don't know.
You do the little marks on the door frame.
For how high?
And then you get so far, and then you start measuring the sack going down.
Yeah, the sack. Yeah. Right, I'm going.
All right.
I love you. ACO, you're my favourite for today. You're my favourite.
I will see you later on.
Later on. Matt, love you, big mate. See you soon.
I'll see you in 120 minutes.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. And it goes by quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the news.
ASO says that you're his fave as well. So.
Oh.
There you go.
Hang on a moment. Hang on.
Requited love, my friend. Requited.
That was me knocking one out. Right, listen, I'm going to go. I will see you later.
All right, you take care.
See you in 125 minutes. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'll see you in 120 minutes.
And
everybody else, I shall see you all on. Take care. Stay well and stay safe.